started.
Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice. Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of the Son of Man Speaks from these select locations. Sisters, Braid 2, 18070 Mount Elliott, the Shell Gas Station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9788. That's 601-786-9788. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
Messenger said this. And when I say the messenger,
Viewers and listeners, now available. Your Son of Man Speaks magazine digital subscription. Your digital subscription to the Son of Man Speaks magazine will also include our monthly e-newsletter, both delivered to your inbox. If you have any questions regarding the digital magazine subscription or digital newsletter, you may send an email to shabazsprinting@thenewnationofislam.com. That's shabazsprinting@thenewnationofislam.com. Or call 1-601-786-9788. That's 1-601-786-9788. You can also subscribe online. Visit www.thenewnationofislam.com and click on the magazine tab to register for your online subscription.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information, 313-868-0000 is a local number. Again, 313-868-0000. Support the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
To make your online tithes, offerings, donations, gifts to the Son of Man through Cash App, make your payment to $New Nation of Islam. That's $New Nation of Islam. Or call 601-786-7056. 601-786-7056.
I just used your other one though today because it was, look, it did 2 drips and I was like, oh, I can use my umbrella. My homegirl was talking about it. I'm like, don't talk about it.
With our umbrellas, our customers are turning a drab day into a fab day. After all, representation matters. In other words, rain or shine, we've got you covered. Introducing Designs by Deej, your one-stop gift shop for all things handmade and unique. Our products range from our most popular umbrellas, blanket and pillow sets, handmade coasters, and other statement pieces that showcase the beauty of our melanin and natural hair in a beautiful and empowering way. You can find our brand at the sister shop locations in New Jersey and Atlanta, Georgia, or you can visit our website, www.designsbydeej.com. Again, .com.
Design services, from established companies to startups and individuals, creating a simple logo
to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166, or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Are your clothes coming apart at the seams? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we specialize in a wide variety of alterations and transformations to make and keep your clothes looking and fitting their best. From hem jobs to downsizing suits and dresses for a perfect fit to replacing zippers and buttons, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is your one-stop shop for clothing maintenance. Also, do you have a logo for your clothes you'd like to wear? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring can put it there. That's right. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we not only do alterations, but embroidery as well. Shirts, pants, coats, hats, even bags. If you can wear it, we can embroider it. So remember, whether it be alterations or embroidering you need, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is located at 1404 Main Street, Fayette, Mississippi. Come and see us or give us a call at 601-786-0540.
Yearound Landscaping has been serving Metro Detroit for over 20 years, offering various landscaping, lawn care, property maintenance, and home renovation. Our professionalism has earned us an outstanding reputation, while our creativity, integrity, and dependability have kept our clients returning and referring us to others. At Yearound Landscaping, we prioritize quality customer service. We treat every client as our only client before, during, and after providing our services. We believe in building solid relationships with our clients and ensuring their satisfaction. Whether you need a complete outdoor makeover, indoor renovation, or routine maintenance, we have the expertise and resources to deliver outstanding results. Our team is committed to providing exceptional service and completing every project to the highest standard. To schedule an estimate or consultation, please call us at 248-843-6139 or visit our website at yearoundlandscaping.net.
Year-Around Landscaping. One source, unlimited resources.
For elite carpet, floor, and upholstery cleaning, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. For pressure washing on your house and driveway, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. Flooding in your house or building, Supreme Steam Cleaning's got you covered with our emergency water extraction services. Transform the rooms in your home with floor installation, repairs, and more. Give us a call today at 601-720-5138. That's 601-720-5138. Visit our website, www.supremesteamclean.com, and follow us on social media at Supreme Steam Cleaning. When you need an elite team, call Supreme.
For all facets of professional hair care and braiding, come to Sisters Braid 2, located at 18070 Mount Elliott in Detroit. We specialize in braiding and natural styles, knotless box braids, feed-in braids, scale twists for men, women, and children. We specialize in all facets of healthy hair. Try our natural oils to keep your hair healthy. 313-826-0498 or 248-372-1738.
Murray, out of the pocket. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Murray, he's downfield.
Oh, man, the power's out again.
You have reached Quality Construction and Engineering, your #1 emergency generator source.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. With a backup generator, your life goes on uninterrupted with power when you need it. Not to mention the peace of mind of having your property suited to weather the storm.
Whoever would have thought in Houston, Texas, that we would have an ice storm? It did happen, and that Sunday night when it came in, I got up and looked at the front door. Everything was pitch black. It was horrible. Something out of a novel or a science book that you had never seen before. Once the lights went out, my generator popped on. It ran 55 hours. The only one had lights.
Get your backup generator installed with Quality Construction. We install both residential and commercial generators, so you're always covered. Schedule your consultation with us by calling 1-855-876-9370. That's 1-855-876-9370. Or visit us online at www.powerqec.com. That's www.powerqec.com. Financing is available with low monthly payments and 0% interest for 18 months.
That was the best investment that we could have ever made. That's my backup generator.
Generators with Quality Construction, built tough enough to weather the storm.
Capital Area Planning Services offers a variety of services catered to your land development needs. We offer landscape design, residential design, land planning, mapping and consulting services, and more. We have over 20 years of design and land planning experience. CAPS LLC offers services to developers, builders, architects, surveyors, contractors, government agencies, and private landowners. Feel free to contact us to find out which services are available in your area. You may reach us at 601-326-2966. That's 601-326-2966. You can also visit us on the web at www.capsllconline.com. Let us put on our thinking caps to serve your land development needs.
The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure, have you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon. On WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR, and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible, and if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning? You can call in live on the air at area code 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just, I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for the truth of righteousness and the truth in general. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's Salam Alaikum. I want to begin with those who may have something they want to discuss with us. questions or whatnot you wanted to ask before we open up a subject matter to you. We we have so much going on in this world now. As I was looking at some of the weather reports, you know, it's just scriptures is jumping off the page. As the Holy Quran says, "See they not that we are visiting the land, curtailing it of its sides?" You notice on the sides of all continents there's oceans, water. And now that water is, you know, I was looking at what's happening in China, looking at what's happening right now off the coast of the United States, in Texas, and places, Mexico. And, you know, it's just, how much of this you think you can take before you realize that you better change your course, your way of dealing with each other? You better learn to treat other people like you want to be treated. This is the day that you was warned about. Go over here to Malachi. It's the 4th chapter of Malachi. And it starts off, "For behold," we talk like that today. We just use a different word. Instead of saying behold, we say, now look. Huh? And when you say look, you don't always mean literally view something. He said, "Look, didn't I tell you so and so and such and so and so?" Is that right? Okay. Well, that's the way you warn people today. But now, in the you know, the way they talked back then was, "Behold, the day is coming." It's a warning here. "The day is coming that shall burn as an oven." You won't literally see the fire, but you will see the effect of that day and time and how it will be destroying people like fire destroys things. Huh? "And all the proud, when the wicked spring as the grass." Proudness is wickedness. Why is that? Because the very nature of the human being, we are created in humility and humbleness. How you know that? How was you born? Was you born independent, or was you born totally dependent on somebody to take care of you? I didn't hear you. You came here humble, needing, and didn't even know what you needed, and couldn't even express your need. Proudness is wickedness. These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yeah, 7 are an abomination unto him. If all 7 of them is in you, you will walk in abomination. A proud look. Remember that one? Show you an example. Let me find it first.
You're on the threshold of truth.
fool.
Now, this story that you're about to see, Bruce Lee wrote it and put it in a movie. Is some of the wisdom of Zen, but it's actually taken from the history of Moses, when Moses traveled in search of knowledge, and he was walking with a chosen servant of Allah who was teaching him. But Moses was questioning things before he understood what they meant. He was condemning and making judgments about things. Do you understand? And so his teacher killed a boy. And, you know, Moses accused him of murdering an innocent and all of that kind of thing. Now on here, he didn't kill the boy, but he broke his nose. Do you understand? And so this is one of those. You know, I told you things that attract my attention that don't generally attract other people's attention, because most people don't, you know, they don't know scriptures like I do. And so things that the scripture says, Allah will send me, oftentimes he prepared lessons for me to reinforce them in my mind. Do you understand? Now this one is acted out. Now watch this boy while his mother and dad, you know, he's a handsome little fella, and they really proud of him, but they ruining him. Do you understand? See, now at that point, Moses had told the man, the servant of Allah had told Moses. He said, when Moses asked him, could he walk with him? He said, you're not going to be able to walk with me. He said, because you're not going to be able to be patient with me. You will see things and you will question the things, and before you have understanding of things, it will be impossible for you to walk with me, because you won't have a comprehensive knowledge of what I am doing. Do you understand? And Moses said, oh yeah, you find me patient. Just let me let me walk with you. And because I can learn something from you. And so every time the man did something, Moses was there. Why did you do that? And he said, didn't I tell you you wasn't going to be able to be patient with me? He said, don't ask me nothing else until I myself speak to you. And but Moses just couldn't do it. And which proved what the man said. You know, it's just like with us and many of us with President Biden. Now, you always can sit back and say what someone should have done about a situation that you don't know the whole part of. You don't know what's really happening here. People do it all the time. But I've learned that, you know, there are circumstances where you have to say something. But the one thing I've learned about leadership is that lonely is the head that wears the crown. Because when that person makes a decision about a thing, even if there's just a small congregation of people, or whether it's a whole country, that decision that he makes is going to affect all of those that trust him. Do you understand? And so, while if it was just a decision that he's making for himself, it would probably be a simple decision. But when it's going to affect other people, it's not that simple. You understand? And so, when a person is more knowledgeable of a situation than you, the reason you, like in this country, we elect presidents. If you didn't trust the man's judgment, that he had good judgment, why would you elect him for president? When that's what presidents do all the time. They worried about how, for instance, how Joe Biden walks or stumbles or whatnot. Gerald Ford did that, and he was a lot younger than Joe Biden. There's Roosevelt. It was in a wheelchair. So it's not. You didn't elect a man because of the way he walked. You elect a man because you trust his judgment. Do you understand? And wisdom, from what I have observed, and I know you, I tell you what, y'all that think I'm stupid, come in here and tell me why you think I'm stupid. Come on now. If I'm supporting Joe Biden and you not, you think I'm stupid. So come in here and tell me why I'm stupid to support him. See, you're afraid of your own judgment. You're afraid of your own choices. I'm not afraid of mine. Because I think you stupid for even suggesting that somebody should support Donald Trump. But anyway, what is it, huh? Oh, I didn't turn the box on.
Yes, sir. The man from New York here is typing. He has something to say about Biden.
Okay, let him come on in and say it. I know who it is. As long as he's respectful, it's okay.
Yes, sir. He typed it this time. He typed something this time.
I'll tell him he can come on and talk to me.
Yes.
At least I'll give him this. He will come talk to us. So, you see, this is one of those cases. Now, I want to warn you. See, when you come in here, I'm not just considering what's being said by you, but I'm considering who's the one doing the talking. You see? I mean, look, What if I hadn't showed you all of the progress that I have guided my followers to? Gave them an automotive shop, gave them a business office, gave them a tailoring facility, gave them a bakery, gave them, when we had the fire, gave them new trailers, gave them things that you could see. I'm standing in a building that I guided them to all of these things. That's how I earned the right to stand up and talk to you. Now, how have you earned the right to stand up and give us advice? You want to give me some advice on who I should support. Based on what should I listen to your advice? What have you shown me that what have you done that shows me that you have a good grasp, a real grasp on reality? Come on now. This is all y'all that want to type something to me or write something to me to tell me what I should and should not do, of who I should and should not support. Can you show me some of the things that you have done that justifies you telling me that you are a good counselor for me? Come on now. What you thought? I was just, you thought I was bragging when I was showing you the things that I have done? I wasn't doing that to boast. I showed you some of the works that I have been doing so that you would understand that I have a good grasp on reality. I'm not a con man, in other words. Now show me that you're not a con man and that you're rooted in reality to come in here and counsel me for Donald Trump or for even Joe Biden, people that, I counsel you to support him because I understand that the man is in touch with reality. Like, the office of President of the United States is a weighty office, especially now at this crossroads of this country. That people who hate this country are rising up inside of the government of this country, seeking to overthrow the government from within this country. That man got a lot of weight on his shoulders that he's trying to deal with. Go ahead, son.
Yes, sir. We have someone else, Elliot Jamison, and he typed a whole lot of stuff here, but he starts out by saying, "Praise God, Biden is done. Do you support a president who froze in a debate, who won't take questions?"
What do you mean froze in a debate? Do you know what a debate is? Come in here and tell me what a debate is. Come in and tell me. Tell me, you say support a man who froze in a debate. Do you support a man who took an oath to uphold the Constitution and was actually President of the United States, who incited an insurrection against the United States? You gonna tell me you support that man? Now, look, don't type at me and don't talk back. I want an answer from you.
They said, in touch with reality. Did you watch the debate? You have got.
Yes, I watched it, but that was not a debate. That's why I asked you, what is a debate? Tell me something. If you're a mathematician and you come in and you start saying that 9 times 9 is 81, and or you start talking about algebra or whatnot, and then I start saying, well, I don't believe 9 times 9 is 81. I believe 9 times 9 is 54. If you are a scholar, how would you answer me? Would you debate? Would you call that me debating you on that? Would you call that a debate? If you speaking the truth and I'm lying, how am I debating you? And how could you debate me if you dealing with reality and I'm over in another world? I didn't hear you. Now, see, you you one of them people who would like to support a man that does nothing because you ain't doing nothing. What is your? I'll tell you what. Tell me what your profession is. What type of professional are you? I'm a barber. I'm a carpenter. I'm I can do quite a few things. I'm a chef. I can do plenty of things. I'm a very talented man, and I know I am. I can even sing a little bit. At one time, they even offered us, like my family, like they did the Jackson family, but my mother, she wouldn't let us go into that, and I'm so glad she didn't. But now, you tell me, what is your skill set? And don't think I don't know how to question you to find out. So you can lie, but you won't be able to put that lie over on me. Because I know what to question you on, how to determine whether you really can do that. And I've surrounded myself with other people who are talented. You see this broadcast here that's on there? That's the talented people that's around me that created this. They producing this. Now, what are you about besides trying to condemn the President of the United States who brought us out of a pandemic back into a good economy, infrastructure that you can really see being done all over the country. In Baltimore there, that shipping lane that was closed down is back open now. Everything that needed to be done and needs to be done, we got a president and that is doing that. Now, what are you trying to tell us we need to replace him for? Because he didn't look well in a debate? Is that what you're trying to say? That because a man didn't look well in a debate that he was not fit for an office that he has proven to be more than fit for the past 3 and almost a half years? Is that what you're coming in here trying to tell us? A man who's over the military that does not understand that you do not hug flags. I've been in the military. Have you? I notice y'all always threatening people that you feel are weak. Threaten me. Hell, I'm sick of you. See, they ain't about nothing. There's a bunch of dogs. Come in here and talk to me, nigga. I don't care how white you is or how black you is. I know a nigga when I hear one.
They have typed, they're still typing a bunch of stuff, sir.
Typing what?
They start out by saying, I'm not going to talk to someone like you.
Yeah, I know you ain't. To hell with you. Amen, amen, and amen. Because I'll put my foot up your behind. I know people like you. You go around picking on folks that can't fight back.
So you want me to block this person?
No, you ain't got to block him. I throw him in hell.
Yes.
He ain't going to talk to people like you. Scared. You know, ass whooping ain't nothing new to me. I done got one before, and I done gave some. But I ain't never refused to fight back. It's like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you, you're a coward Muslim, it's not a Muslim. Now I advise you to repent. Because I'm the last one you want for an enemy, boy. Bunch of do-nothing misfits running around here trying to give advice on who should be president. You go get a job. There's plenty of jobs out there, thanks to President Biden and his administration. Go get a job and then you come back and talk to me. Since you can't create no job for yourself, like we do. Anyway.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Somebody raised their hand.
Yes, what is it? Unmute them.
Call it, you're unmuted.
You're unmuted. You're unmuted, caller.
Is that me?
Yeah, that's you. What you say, bro?
I said on the sparking. Hello?
I'm here. I'm here.
As far as the Biden situation, yeah, he got destroyed at the debate, but we also got to look. Every time you see
Just a
Biden
minute.
on
Just a
stage,
moment. Just a moment. What did Trump say that was true?
About how the economy was when he was in the office. About how
that was a lie. That was a lie. The economy. Just a moment. Just a moment. Now you're not gonna do that to me. The economy, when he got the economy, it was in good shape. Yes, it was. The Obama administration when Donald Trump, look, man, now you're not going to overtalk me in here. This is something that you can go and check. The Obama administration turned him an economy that unemployment was at 4%. And when Obama got the, now I'm just a moment. Everybody know what Donald Trump's record on COVID was. Donald Trump was running around telling people to take bleach into their system. Donald Trump was suggesting to the doctors that to do stuff that was crazy. He even told people to take that medicine that was for animals, ivermectin. And Donald Trump himself caught COVID and almost died because he did not get out of the way and let the scientists do what scientists do. When Joe Biden took office, he let the scientists guide and lead the way, and that's how the vaccine and all of that came about, and that's how he got a handle on COVID. So much so till he even said that the only reason that virus was continuing to mutate and grow was because of the people's refusal to take the vaccine. He said it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated, and that's true.
No, those was all the lies.
Okay, all right, that's enough. See, this is what I mean. This ain't no debate. This is a man that's just making stuff up. To hell, going back to hell where I put you. That's it. See, that's the way Joe Biden was trying to do with this Donald Trump. Everything he said was a lie, and he's standing up there pushing it, and it frustrated Joe Biden. That's what it was. The man was lying, and so this man's come in here trying to tell us that Donald Trump did everything right in 4 years. And well, if that was the case, how did he get voted out of office since he did everything right? The man lied and lied and lied. But he don't care because he's a liar. That's why he's sitting out there waiting to come in at any time to spread some lies in here. Do you understand? So I ain't gonna let you do it. Now, just get on back to hell. You know, see, and I'll tell you something else. Now, when I'm dealing with people that, like Donald Trump, if I know that they are not truthful, you don't catch me over there listening in on their broadcasts. Now, when the last time you heard me going listening to Donald Trump talk? Why this man keep listening to me if I'm a liar? Why? I tell you why. Why do wolves follow sheep? To kill them. They'd like to kill you. Do you understand? But boy, if you ever, you just don't know, man. You ain't the only, I ain't the only one that can die. You can too, nigga. Now, I have an aversion to killing people. I ain't for that. Don't want no weapon. But if you attack me, I have a right to defend myself. Now, not only a right, I have a duty to defend myself. And so do my followers. People like that, you know, they don't understand nothing but an ass whooping. Come in here and gonna rewrite reality for me. Gonna redo history for me. What is,
Yes, sir. We have someone else. Shakur Davis says, F. Biden, he's a...
Well, put that back at you. Do you understand? See, I got all of them listening. How did they? Now, if they man is doing so good, what they over here worried about what I'm saying about it? I told you, it ain't nothing but a farce. These people ain't finna put that jackass back in there. so you got all these other jackasses out here talking that yang. So, okay, now you can erase all of their garbage. You know, don't pay that stuff no attention. And don't be coming in here dropping no F-bombs either. The hell with you for dropping an F-bomb in here.
Excuse me, sir, if I could. He put the initial, he didn't spell it out.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, then I ain't going to, don't throw him in hell. Okay. All right. Now, remember the boy? That's enough of that. Remember the boy? They broke his nose? Now, watch what he answers your boy about what he did. He's mad at him now. The student is mad at the teacher because you just toyed with me. That's what he said. You hurt that boy.
Why? This time I'm leaving.
You must stop making promises.
This is more than a promise. Now that I'm free of you, I'm free to ask questions. Explain yourself. What did you mean by kicking in the ferry boat?
Of the two of us, you are the one who is blind. Blinded by what you see.
I want an answer, not all this philosophy.
I damaged the boat because if I hadn't, the soldiers would have used it to cross the river, and the old man and all his family would have been killed. Achieving his happiness, perhaps.
But how did you know the soldiers were coming? Did you hear them?
No.
The stone wall. Why did you stop to repair it?
There was a bag of coins, partly exposed in the stones. I repaired the wall so the soldiers wouldn't find it and steal it, leaving the widow and her children without means.
You couldn't see the bag. Did you smell it?
No.
The boy. Explain the boy.
The boy.
You mutilated a boy. You broke his nose. A beautiful boy.
Too beautiful. He was a tyrant. He would have grown up to be worse. I freed his parents from their bondage to his beauty.
Ah, you didn't even touch his face. How'd you know what he looked like? Did you sense it?
No. But I freed his parents, and the boy too. And now, I free you of me.
Well, I haven't finished yet. You didn't hear the soldiers. And you didn't smell the bag. And you didn't sense the boy. I want an explanation.
I knew.
How?
You were through here before. How many times?
You see? Most people, just because they seeing something for the first time, they think you seeing it for the first time. Do you understand? So, you know, you're not to be trying to make judgments when you don't have a comprehensive knowledge of what you are passing judgment on. Do you understand? So, now sometimes people that are wrong can do something that's just wrong, regardless to how many times they have seen it or whatnot. It does not make it right to do what they are doing to solve the problem. Do you understand? But too bad that man didn't meet meet Hitler when he was a boy, and Allah revealed to him that boy don't need to grow up. Do you understand? But there is many times where you will see a person do a thing and you will make a hasty judgment before you understand that person may know more about that situation than you do. Do you understand? So you just have to be mindful of that. Now, all of those who listen to us, they don't realize that they're telling on themselves, because if they were not concerned about losing while they claim they got it, would they be in here listening to me for? Do you understand? It's like I was telling you about white people. They spent so much time teaching us that we was inferior. Why should you have to teach an inferior person that they are inferior to you? You don't have to teach a dog that he's inferior to a lion. That dog know you ain't never seen no dog attack no lion. I'll give you an example. Them hyenas, them some wild dogs, They are dogs. They're just a more ferocious type of dog. But ain't no one of them gonna go up against no lion. If it's about 10 of them and it's one lion, they might try him. But I've seen on the do you ever look at the Nature Channel? You ought to sometime. Get off of YouTube and go. Get on YouTube and go to Nature Channel. Get on something besides that other stuff that you be on there looking at, and look at something real. 20 hyenas ran from 2 lions. Do you understand? So you don't have to teach an inferior person or thing. Notice, when you say person, don't nothing come in your. You don't. It said that person over there. You don't think about no horse, cow, an animal. You think about a person. You think about a human being, don't you? Then why would you teach human beings that they are in the animal family? Human beings are not in the animal family. But now, where's the anthropologists and all these people that like to claim to be experts on the biologists and all of these people? Why don't you don't come in here and get that $75,000 and show me how we are in the family of animals? Even got nerve enough to talk about we at the top of the food chain. What is, there are some human beings that don't even eat animal flesh. So how's the human being at the top of the food chain? I didn't get that. Huh? Don't no other animals prey on us. Don't no animals prey on human beings. He won't for long. I didn't hear you. We ain't part of his food chain. Do you understand? See how they lie to you? And they lie to you because they the one taught you. They know you don't know no more than what they told you. Just like when I told you the meaning of animal is animated male content. And he didn't say nothing. You know what a malcontent is, right? That's someone that cannot make themselves content. That has no way of bringing peace to themselves. Every day he eat, he got to go kill something. For the most part, them big beasts and whatnot, he gotta travel with the little herd that he feeds off of. He gotta follow them around. Huh? So you know, elephants, they can't grow no grass. They have to have some grass grown for them. I don't care how big he is. He's an animal. He's an animated malcontent. Do you understand? Now, humans, on the other hand, we can farm and we can store things in barns and preserve food for ourselves, and we can make ourselves content. Do you understand? Which tells you that we are not animals. So anyway, so everything he's been telling you is a lie. Or a half-truth. So, I'll give him vertebrate. That'll be okay. Because that's a backbone, spine. Is that right? Been a while since I've been a pretty good while since I've been in school. But I remember vertebrates and invertebrates and that kind of thing. But, now let's get, but you see there was a moral in that story. You see what I'm saying? You know, when Moses was traveling in search of knowledge, that was in the Holy Quran. Let's see if I can find it. Brother Jamar, you find it quick for me. Huh?
I'm having issues accessing my Quran right now. It won't come up for me.
Oh, okay. Just a minute. I'm going to get into the messenger's teachings in a minute, but I wanted to show you some of this. This is the 18th chapter of the Holy Quran. And I'm going to start at the the 60th verse. It's entitled Moses Travels in Search of Knowledge. And when Moses said to his servant, I will not cease until I reach the junction of the two rivers. Otherwise, I will go on for years. So when they reached the junction of the two rivers, they forgot. They forgot their fish, and it took its way into the river, being free. But when they had gone further, he said to his servant, "Bring to us our morning meal. Certainly we have found fatigue in this our journey." And his servant said, "Sawest thou when we took refuge on the rock? I forgot to fish, and none but the devil made me forget to speak of it. And it took its way into the river. What a wonder." And he said, "That is what we sought for." So they returned, retracing their footsteps. Then they found one of our servants, whom we had granted mercy from us, and whom we had taught knowledge from ourselves. And Moses said to him, "May I follow you, that thou mayest teach me of the good that thou hast been taught?" Now, let me explain something to you. Sometimes people, they get so carried away with the wayside and looking at what's on the wayside that they forget the path that they're on. You ever been looking off from the road and hit the shoulder while you was looking off at something that was on the wayside? You better keep your eye on the road. You understand? So, it's just like everything that Allah, like the fruits that we eat. Most of the fruit that we like to eat, oranges, bananas, apples, they pretty much come just about ready to eat. Is that right? And but you still got to peel them, some of them. you understand? You don't just go and just bite into an orange. You got to know what part of it to throw away and what part of it to keep. And so that's the same the way the scriptures are. So you got to know what part is the edible and what part is there to protect the edible. You understand? And so it says, so he said, "Thou canst not have patience with me." Moses, let's go to that 66th verse. Moses said to him, "May I follow thee, that thou mayest teach me of the good that thou hast been taught?" And he said to Moses, "Thou canst not have patience with me, and how canst thou have patience in that whereof thou hast not a comprehensive knowledge?" It's hard to be patient with something when you don't have an understanding of, or a thorough understanding of the thing that you are asked to have patience with. Do you understand? And it says, so Moses said, "If Allah please, thou wilt find me patient, nor shall I disobey thee in aught, in anything." So he said to Moses, "If thou wouldst follow me, question me not about aught, about anything, until I myself speak to thee about it." So they set out until when he embarked in a boat, he made a hole in it. And Moses said, "Hast thou made a hole in it to drown its occupants? Thou hast surely done a grievous thing." Remember on there it said the man busted the people's boat up? Then it says, he said, "Did I not say that thou couldst not have patience with me?" So he said, blame me not for what I've forgotten. Moses said, oh yeah, I forgot I told you I wouldn't say that. And he not, and be not hard upon me for what I did. So they went on until when they met a boy. He slew the boy. He slew him. And Moses said, hast thou slain an innocent person, not guilty of slaying another? Thou hast indeed done a horrible thing. He said, did I not say to thee that thou couldst not have patience with me? He said, if I ask thee about anything after this, keep not company with me. Thou wilt then indeed have found an excuse in my case. So they went on until when they came to the people of a town, they asked its people for food, but they refused to entertain them as guests. Then they found in it a wall which was on the point of falling. So he put it into a right state. And Moses said, if thou hast wished, thou could have taken a recompense for it. You could have got paid for putting up that wall there. He said to Moses, this is the pardon between me and you. Now I will inform you of the significance of that which thou couldst not have patience. As for the boat, it belonged to poor people working on the river, and I intended to damage it, for there was behind them a king who seized every boat by force. And as for the boy, his parents were believers, and we feared lest he should involve them in wrongdoing and disbelief. So we intended that their Lord might give them in his place one better in purity and nearer to mercy. And as for the wall, it belonged to 2 orphan boys in the city, and there was beneath it a treasure belonging to them. And their father had been a righteous man, so thy Lord intended that they should attain their maturity and take out their treasure, a mercy from thy Lord. And I did not do it of my own accord. This is the significance of that which with which thou couldst not have patience. And that was to show you that just because you see things that appear one way, it ain't always the way you think. What if you had came upon the angels in Sodom and Gomorrah that were about to destroy that place? Then you would not have thought that they were doing the right thing, would you? But you didn't see what happened the night before. Is that right? Okay. So this is the way of things. You always have people who side with wrong. So let's get back to Malachi. So this is that day. It says, behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven. Wickedness is everywhere now. The scripture says, when the wicked spring as the grass, and the workers of iniquity do flourish, there's a day coming that shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. But now, what is wickedness? Let me see here. I have an oven. Most people have ovens in their home. When you put your cake in the oven, you don't see no fire up in there. You heat the oven, but the heat ain't coming directly from the oven. It's coming from the broiler. Is that right? There you go. You don't see the fire. Now, the 9th chapter of Isaiah, it says, and around the 18th verse, it says, for wickedness burneth as the fire. So we say the fire of wickedness. I'll show you an example. Cancer of the lungs is the fire, the result of the fire of smoking too much. Cancer of the throat and all that kind of thing. I used to smoke. You know, I'm just thankful that them 10 years of doing that, almost 10 years, because I was doing it, even when my mama and them didn't know it. We used to, some of us out there picking up cigarette butts and smoking them. I mean, just crazy stuff. Do you understand? We were crazy. I've been crazy, so I understand crazy. So, anyway, but cirrhosis of the liver, that's the ashes from the fire of alcohol. Do you understand? So the scripture said, wickedness burneth as the fire. Yes. You remember the commercial that used to come on and say, this is your brain. And they dropped the egg in the skillet. He said, this is your brain on crack. Do you understand? It's cooking you. It's burning you as the fire. And so the book says, for wickedness, is the 18th verse of the 9th chapter of Isaiah. For wickedness burneth as the fire. It shall devour the briars and thorns, and shall kindle in the thickets of the forest, and they shall mount up like the lifting up of smoke. Why? What happens to smoke? It lifts up and vanish away, huh? When the wicked spring up as the grass, and the workers of iniquity flourish up, they shall lift up like the mountain up of smoke, and they shall vanish away. And see, it's all talking about the same thing. I'm trying to show you that the prediction of your demise is all through the scripture. You know, just like coming in here trying to spread lies. I ain't going to let you do it. Of course, now, in order to go on CNN, you know what CNN had to promise Donald Trump? They wasn't going to fact check nobody. if you're going to do some fact checking, then I ain't coming over. That's what that was about. It's not my I'll show you an example. Let's see here. Siri, what was the state of unemployment in 2016 when
in December 2016, the national unemployment...
Just a moment. Siri, what was the state of unemployment in 2016?
I found this on the web.
See, they cut that off when it was 4.7%. You see? And then he tried to get in there and take credit for the good economy and the low unemployment when he inherited that. He didn't create that. When he left office, it wasn't like that. Let's see, 4.7%. February 8th, 27, let me see, let's get back to 2016. Well, that was the end of 2016. So that's when he got elected, right? And in February, which he hadn't been president but a month. Huh? Okay. It says that the unemployment was at 4.7%. So you see, See how that boy came in here and lied? You know, it's things that it's things that you can do with a liar, but if you got to fact check him in real time, how you gonna do that if you ain't got but a minute to rebut what he say? Do you understand? And they won't let you bring nothing in there to fact check, and they won't do it. If you're gonna hold an intelligent debate, you have to fact check what people say. If you don't fact check what people saying, you are the wrong moderator, because you're supposed to be having a debate and a contest so that people can make an informed decision about who they're going to vote for. Well, how can it be an informed decision if it's based on lies? Huh? So if the person that is trying to run for office stands up and tells lies to you, then you don't want that person. Intelligence dictates you don't want to vote for that person. Is that right? Because they are a liar. You want someone who's going to tell the truth to get into the office, because if they will tell you the truth to get there, then they will tell you the truth after they get there. Do you understand? So, very important. And I'll show you why. Now, I want you to listen to this. I like to, let's see here. I like to show you things that
Good evening, everyone, on this momentous evening. I'm Juju Chang. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Tonight, ABC News has an exclusive interview with President Joe Biden. Our George Stephanopoulos sat down with the president for his first televised interview since that poor debate performance against Donald Trump. President Biden says he is committed to staying in the race and confident that he will prevail and beat Donald Trump. The president was directly called on to answer for his faltering appearances and whether he still has the mental and physical fitness for another term in the White House. Our team is standing by, of course, for analysis, but first, let's get to the interview.
Mr. President.
Now you notice, they say President Biden had a poor performance. No, he didn't have no poor performance. He had a poor appearance. Do you understand? He looked tired and wore out. But, you know, that was the fault, basically, of people who was preparing him to go in front of the cameras. Do you understand? I mean, I know what they do. They generally do for presidents. Even you saw that in Kennedy. Before he got on TV, they did their little thing on him to make him look refreshed and everything. Because that office, the office of president, is a weighty office if you really taking it seriously. And stuff is on your mind, man. And so they have to make him dress his appearance up. You understand? Donald Trump knew about that. He know about that stuff. He been in show business all his life. So he came out there looking fresh, didn't he? But he came out doing just what he always does, lying. So if you believed anything he said, then it's because you wanted to believe it. It's not because you fact-checked it. Because if you had fact-checked it, you would have known that same thing Joe Biden knew. This man lying every time he opens his mouth. Now, how am I supposed to debate a man who has divorced himself from truth? There is no debate. But now, listen to the questions that George Stephanopoulos keeps asking him. And he asked him the same question, just in a different way over and over. I mean, it didn't make no sense to me, but anyway.
doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the debate. You and your team said...
Now, look at him there. See, now they prepared him for the cameras. There. How come they didn't prepare him for the cameras? CNN knew better. But, this is, it's rich.
Bad night. But your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and a bad night.
You say you were exhausted, and I know you said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked if they did a COVID test because they're trying to figure out what's wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. I just had a really bad cold.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back for leaders or National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. The way the debate ran, not my fault, no one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in.
The man lied, and he was counting 28 times. And he wasn't even, when somebody's standing up just lying, what if I hadn't cut that boy off? Now, he's sitting up there talking about the economy was fine by Donald Trump, when Donald Trump inherited a good economy. And I told him that the unemployment was down to 4.5, but it was 4.7 when he came into office. So he inherited an economy that was in recovery, and he tried to take credit for that when he did not create that. That was the Obama administration that gave him that. Do you understand? Now you want to come in here and tell them lies. That's why I cut you off. But Joe Biden couldn't cut him off. The CNN people should have cut him off. And told, wait a minute, that's not so. But they let him go on. They said they wasn't going to fact check. Well, if you ain't going to fact check, then in other words, you ain't got to tell the truth. Ain't nobody got to tell the truth. Well, that's right up Donald Trump's alley. Not telling the truth. So, but watch. It's something that they're going to tell you on here that you didn't know. Now watch this.
Even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night. You've had some bad interviews once in a while. I can't remember any, but I'm sure you did.
I've had plenty. I guess the question, the problem is here for a lot of Americans watching is, you've said, going back to 2020, watch me. Yep. To people who are concerned about your age. And, 50 million Americans watched that debate. It seemed to confirm fears they already had.
Well, look.
He didn't mean watch him in a debate. He meant watch him what he produces for you. Fool. If you had watched Roosevelt, you wouldn't have thought he was fit for office. But he's the one brought out the New Deal and all of these things that brought the depression, took the country out of a depression. Do you understand? I mean, do you really think that the president meant literally watch his physique? That was a stupid statement from George Stephanopoulos. Do you understand? You know, I tell you what. If you want to compare me to somebody, don't compare me to how I look in relationship to other people. Compare what I'm doing. Show me another leader that's doing what I'm doing. That's equally doing as much or more than what I'm doing for my followers. Show them to me. Then you come back and condemn me. And tell me I should be over there with them. You ought to be over there telling them they need to be over here with me.
After that debate, I did 10 major events in a row, including till 2 o'clock in the morning after that debate. I did events in North Carolina. I did events in Georgia. Did events like this today. Large crowds, overwhelming response, no slipping. And so I just had a bad night. I don't know why.
And how quickly did it come to you that you were having that bad night?
Well, it came to me as having a bad night when I realized that even when I was answering a question when they turned his mic off, he was still shouting. And I let it distract me. I'm not blaming it on that. But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
But part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline that has been reported on recently. New York Times had a headline on July 2nd, Biden's lapses are said to be increasingly common and worrisome. Here's what they wrote. People who have spent time with President Biden over the last few months or so said the lapses appear to have grown more frequent, more pronounced, and after Thursday's debate, more worrisome. By many accounts, as evidenced by video footage, observation, and interviews, Mr. Biden is not the same today as he was even when he took office 3.5 years ago. Similar reporting in the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. Are you the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
In terms of successes, yes. I also was the guy who put together a peace plan for the Middle East that may be coming to fruition. I was also the guy that expanded NATO. I was also the guy that grew the economy. All the individual things that were done were ideas I had or I fulfilled. I moved on.
He's also the guy that you ain't heard have to be on the news every day done did something stupid. You notice, I know why y'all don't want Joe Biden in the news media, because the news channels got the highest ratings right now. Because everybody worried about what's happening in the country, they turn it on the news. And the news like that. It gets more money, more revenue, and all that. So Joe Biden is doing away with the worry. And when people ain't worried, they turn away from news and go to something else. Do you understand? Now, am I spitballing here, or am I stating a fact? Don't lie. Most of you got your channels set on news. I didn't hear you. Well, that's going to change if the country keep going the way it's going, because everything is starting to clear up. Everything's starting to be all right. So what they say, we need Trump back in there. Why? Because he always got a crisis going on, and people going to tune in. Because they manufacture crises, just like they're trying to manufacture a crisis with Joe Biden. Man done been president and moving the country forward for 3 years, 3.5 years. And they want to tell you that he ain't fit for office because he had a poor appearance on a debate stage. Is that right? So all of these 3.5 years that he been in there doing the job of president, that don't count. He didn't look good on stage there. Yeah. You see how stupid that is?
And so, for example, you know, well, that was true then. What's Biden done lately? You just see, today, just announced 200,000 new jobs. We're moving in a direction that no one's ever taken on. I know you know this from the days in the government. I took on Big Pharma. I beat them. No one thought I could beat them. I took on all the things we said we got done. We were told we couldn't get done. And part of it is what I said when I ran was I wanted to do three things: restore some decency to the office, restore some support for the middle class instead of trickle-down economics, both from the middle out and the bottom up, the way the wealthy still do fine, everyone does better, and unite the country.
But what has all that work over the last 3.5 years cost you physically, mentally, emotionally?
Well, I just think it cost me a really bad night, bad run. But, you know, George, I'm optimistic about this country. I don't think we're a country of losers in Port South. I don't think America's in tough shape. I think America's on the cusp of breaking through in so many incredible opportunities. In this next term, I'm going to make sure we got to straighten out the tax system. I'm going to make sure we're in a situation where we have health care for all people, or we're in a position where we have child care and elder care, free up, and all these things. One thing I'm proudest of is, you remember when my economic plan was put forward, a lot of the mainstream economists said it's not going to work. Well, guess what? We now have 16 Nobel laureates, 16 of them in economics, saying that Biden's next term would be, based on what he wants to do, enormous success. Trump's plan would cause a recession, would significantly increase inflation. I've made great progress, and that's what I plan on doing, and we can do this.
I understand that, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking you is about your personal situation. Do you dispute that there have been more lapses, especially in the last several months?
Can I run the 110 flat? No, but I'm still in good shape.
Are you more frail?
No.
I know you spoke.
My schedule.
I know you spoke with your doctor after the debate. What did he say?
He said, he just looked at me and said, "You're exhausted." I said, I have medical doctors travel me everywhere, every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. They don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong.
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And
You know what that is? All of them decisions and all these people he have to meet with, ain't none of them, ain't nobody questioned his mental faculties. Donald Trump is the one that keep taking all these mental tests. I didn't hear you. And he comes out and say he taking them. Why does he keep taking all these mental tests? I ain't never took none. And if you ask me, would I take one to prove to you? Hell no, I ain't gonna take no mental. There ain't nothing wrong with my mind. There's got to be something wrong with yours to even think something's wrong with mine. Do you understand? You gonna tell me, a man that's doing all of the things that I'm doing, you think I'm crazy? You one ain't doing nothing but trying to give advice to people who are doing something. I hear you. Why do you suppose so many businesses that Donald Trump done ran went bankrupt? Is that a testament of his business acumen that he done 2 casinos? had never heard of a casino going bankrupt. What'd they say? The house always wins. Because basically, people that's in there gambling, they gambling against each other. You got winners and losers all the time. Huh? But the house is always winning. I don't hear you. Now, how did he have casinos that went bankrupt? But anyway. But now, I'm so glad that the president told him, no, he ain't took no political, no mental tests. Every day he has a mental test. Has the news reported that he bumbled something? I didn't hear you. They got a press corps that's following him everywhere. Okay.
Full physical. I had, I've been able to read for my physicals. Yes, the answer.
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking you a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said, they said I'm good.
Would you be willing to undergo an independent medical evaluation that included neurological and cognitive tests and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day. Every day I have that test. Everything I do. Not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. And that's not hype, sounds like hyperbole. But we are the central nation in the world. I don't know if I was right.
I got a question for all of you. Will you take a cognitive test to show your neighbors you ain't crazy? I mean, really? That's a stupid question. I bet you wouldn't let them. How would you feel if somebody walked up to you and you doing a job and you ain't nothing wrong, and they ask you, I'd like you to take a cognitive test to convince me that you ain't crazy. Wasn't that stupid?
Well, Dave, for example, today, before I come out here, I'm on the phone with Prime Minister of, I shouldn't get into detail, but with Netanyahu. I'm on the phone with the new Prime Minister of England. I'm working on what we're doing with regard to, in Europe, with regard to expansion of NATO and whether it's going to stick. I'm taking on Putin. Every day, there's no day I go through that not those decisions I have to make every single day.
And you have been doing that, and the American people have been watching, yet their concerns about your age and your health are growing. So that's why I'm asking, to reassure them, would you be willing to have the independent medical evaluation?
Watch me there's a lot of time left in this campaign.
Why he keep asking him the same question over and over and over, and the man keep telling him that he's doing fine? Huh? That's crazy. It make you wonder if the judge need to get how many times I got to say no before you think I mean no? Anyway.
It's over 125 days.
So the answer,
decision.
The right answer right now is no. You don't want to do that, right?
Well, I've already done it.
You talked a lot about your successes at the beginning of this interview, and I don't want to dispute that. I don't want to debate that. But as you know, elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people...
That's not true. Elections are about the future, but they are also about the past. What did Ronald Reagan mean when he said, ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? He's talking about the past. What has this president done in the past? Are you better off now or not? The country is better off now than it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, you was coming out of a pandemic and people was getting groceries put in the trunk of their cars. The unemployment was up in the double digits almost. Siri, what was the unemployment rate in 2020?
The unemployment rate was forecast to average 11.5% in 2020 and 9.3% in 2021.
11.5%. I mean, I ain't lying on you. Wiki, is Wiki lying? Now you want to come in here and talk that yang? Nigga, please. I ought to quit talking like y'all know. What is, huh? All right.
I was just going to make a comment to Brother Mike when you press play. They make you a surrogate for the Biden campaign.
Well, I'm just trying to show you, man. I mean, all you got to do is be paying attention. I told you, I pay attention. When you stand up and tell me a lie, I'm going to know if you lying. I don't care how forceful you say it. Nigga come in here trying to say Donald Trump did a fine job. Unemployment was at 4.7 when he took office and 11.5 when he left. Biden administration brought it back to where it is now. The answer, are you better off now? Let's see. Just a moment. Siri, what is the present unemployment rate?
I found this on the web.
3.4%. You lying dogs. Check what I just checked. You heard who I asked. That didn't come from me. You know, I hate liars. They went and found liars to condemn Jesus. Well, this is payday.
Right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future. No one thought I could expand it. I'm the guy that shut Putin down. No one thought could happen. I'm the guy that put together the South Pacific Initiative with AUKUS. I'm the guy that got 50 nations, not only in Europe, outside of Europe as well, to help Ukraine. I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget. And for example, when I decided we used to have 40% computer chip, we invented the chip, that little chip, the computer chip. It's in everything from cell phone to weapons. And so we used to have 40%, we're down to virtually nothing. So I get in the plane against the advice of everybody, and I fly to South Korea. I convinced them to invest in the United States, billions of dollars. Now we have tens of billions of dollars being invested in the United States, making us back in a position where we're going to own that industry again. We have, anyway, I don't want to take too much credit. I have a great staff.
But I guess my point is, all that takes a toll. Do you have the mental and physical capacity to do it for another 4 years?
I believe so. I wouldn't be around if I didn't think I did. Look.
Let me tell you something. I was listening to one of the black commentators that said after, even that debate, some of the black people called in and said, I'm going to vote for Biden if they have to carry him out there. I'm so proud of my people. Well, that's the truth. Man, you ain't going to convince me that I remember Joe Biden, he told them this, and they wasn't listening. Just like people say, well, you talk about him like he the second coming. So Joe Biden ain't got no blinders on when it comes to who I am and what he is. But he already said, don't compare me to the Almighty. Compare me to the alternative. Now, you're going to sit there and tell me that you truly think it's a coin toss between Joe Biden, a truthful man, and Donald Trump, a notorious liar and a felon. Who you think you putting some of? You know, this would be the greatest con ever ran. If the news media could con you into putting Donald Trump back in there. I mean, at least they would say, well, what took America down? Well, this was it right here. The media moguls, they convinced the people to elect a and a convict for president over a man with a proven history of patriotism and success as president. Do you understand? They already made the mistake once. It was a mistake. But to do it again, it is a forced error. Do you understand? Yeah. With Hillary Clinton, that wasn't no choice. She was clearly the more qualified person for that office when you put her against Donald Trump. It was clear that Miss Clinton was more qualified to be in that office. And even with that clear choice, they chose the lesser candidate. Huh? Why? Because she was a woman? Hell, man, my mother was a woman. I think yours was too. I ain't got nothing against women. We'd be some mighty sick men without women, brother. I didn't hear you. The woman is something, man. I don't want to be nowhere ain't no women. No, brother. I like the brotherhood, but I don't like you that much. You understand? No, brother. No. Yeah, what it is, brother?
I have somebody here with the screening 6 Berta. And he says, this Mahdi of yours is a fake, and I can prove that.
Well, come on and prove it. This is because let me tell you something. See, I'm not Donald Trump. I think I'm the Mahdi. And if I'm not, I'd like to know that. It's not. I'm not here to run game on people. You notice I don't even ask y'all to give me money. So what do you think I'm doing this for? I know you don't give a damn about me because you ain't got sense enough to. Like parents don't do what they do for their children because they know their children appreciate it. Most children don't appreciate nothing their parents doing for them. But the parents do it because it's their duty, and they love Allah, and they love their children. I love my people. Allah wouldn't have chose me if I did not love you. Why you think I'm so comfortable standing up here talking to you like this and laughing and talking with you? It's because I love you. I'm not trying to move away from my people. Don't you see I'm living right here with you? But don't you get the impression that because I'm laughing and talking that I'm joking. I'm not joking. Oh, but anyway, come on, and let me hear you. You know, I mean, if you got some proof that I'm not the Mahdi, I will let you share it. Because if it's true, I don't need to be standing up here. I can get with you and we go find the Mahdi.
So when I told him to call in, he says, I said I could do it without speaking.
So you don't consider writing a letter speaking? You are aware that letters actually speak, but they call it proffers. You mean you can do it without verbalizing? I think you are afraid of me. And if you are afraid of me, then I must be somebody. You gonna tell me you afraid of me and I'm the Antichrist? And you representing Christ? You ain't got no business being afraid of the Antichrist. If I'm the Antichrist, I mean, you say I ain't the Mahdi, then I'm lying. So come on in here and show the people. Show me. You see, this is what I'm trying to show you here. Now let's get back to Joe Biden. Yeah.
I'm running again because I think I understand best what has to be done to take this nation to a completely new level.
Listen to those words. Even as the most powerful job or powerful position that the people of the United States, or I dare say the world, has created. Listen to how he answered that. He's running because he thinks that listen to his words, he thinks. Still exercising humility. Huh? Let's see here. Let's back that up just a little.
I don't want to take too much credit. I have a great staff.
But I guess my point is all that takes a toll. Do you have the mental and physical capacity to do it for another 4 years?
I believe so. I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I did. Look, I'm running again because I think I understand best what has to be done to take this nation to a completely new level. We're on our way.
He thinks he knows what has to be done to take this nation to a completely new level. I know what some of those things are, but I'm not going to enumerate on them now. The last thing you need to do is, as president, while you running for re-election, is to start talking about your future plans if you get back in there. Do you understand? You don't want people to start setting up roadblocks for you. Know what to say and know what not to say. That shows you that his mental capacity is not diminished. He knows what to expound on, and he knows what to say. Well, we don't need to talk about that. Do you understand? That takes mental acuity.
And look, the decision recently made by Supreme Court on immunity, you know, the next president of the United States, it's not just about whether he or she knows what they're doing. It's not about a conglomerate of people making decisions. It's about the character of the president. The character of the president is going to determine whether or not this Constitution is employed the right way.
And we should note that ABC News offered Donald Trump the same opportunity for a one-on-one interview, and he declined. We'll have more.
Ooh. Why did he decline? But they ain't talking about that, right? Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Let's back that up for more, Bob. You know, you always want to know about others. So let's see.
A conglomerate of people making decisions. It's about the character of the president. The character.
How many of you all think Donald Trump has the character to be president of the United States? Now I'll let anybody answer. You know who you support in what positions you take in any situation, it says more about you than it does about the position. I mean, I grew up in poverty, in the ghetto, and you know, what they call poverty, you know, and but I was rich in a sense, because even winos taught me things. I'd be walking by some of them sometime, and you know, I'd stop, and he'd say, "Hey, young blood," I say, "Hey, how you doing?" And they got to know me, and he said, "Look," he said, "look at me." He said, "You don't want to be like me." Even a wino understood that he was no one to be emulated. That's just how rich the black community was when I was growing up, in the giving of good advice. Even if it was just advice on what not to do. Now, who other than the seed of Abraham would be able to look at themselves and condemn themselves so that the next generation, you know what ants do? Ants will carry a poison until it kills them. And then another one will pick it up and carry it until he killed him. And they keep carrying it until they get to the queen, and the queen eats it and produces a whole generation, a new generation that's immune to that poison. I remember this song said, "We are soldiers in the army. In the army, we are fighting. We have to fight. Although we have to die, we have to hold up that blood-stained banner. Take it on home. We have to hold it up until we die." What is that? The living know that they shall die. Huh? Why? What did Paul say? I die daily. What is death, son of man? Death is matter changing forms. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all change forms. I didn't hear you. By the renewing of our minds. how you going to renew your mind if you can still be deceived by the devils? So you got to carry what the devils offer until you can't be deceived by it anymore. Do you understand? So that's what we did. So when the wino was talking to me, he was talking from his experience. He said, I'm dead. I said, but learn something from me. Don't you be deceived by alcohol. Don't you be deceived by what the world offers you, because this is the end of what the world is offering you. Do you understand? Tell you after they legalized drinking and alcohol, then figured out a way to use it against you. You're drunk while driving, but they sold you the alcohol. Do you understand? If you didn't want them drinking and driving, you shouldn't have made alcohol legal. Do you understand? But that's the way it is. Tempt you and then condemn you after you fall for the temptation. Yeah. That's what the devil told God about Job. Take it from him, he'll cuss you to your face. Well, go on, take it from him, and let's see what he do. And Job didn't curse God. And neither will I ever curse Allah simply because something bad happened to me. No. Allah don't stop being God just because I had a bad day. The devil ain't stopped being the devil. I didn't hear you. Yeah. So Allah is God, for better or for worse. Allah owns me. Yeah. But you heard the lady say they offered Donald Trump an interview and he turned it down. Why? Because they were going to fact check him. Do you understand? All right. So now, so you see, I don't stand up here and lie to you. I tell you the truth. Now, I'll show you something else that I found. I try to give you these things I don't know where I saw it in now. This is give me a minute here. I may have recorded it and I may not. I don't know. There's lots of things that I see in passing and I don't never say nothing about it. I don't see it here. So I must not have recorded it. I know this is something that the station don't like you to do, and I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to locate this interview that I had seen with this. This might bring it up for me. But I think this is it here.
The president sat down with George Stephanopoulos. He spoke with two black radio hosts in the battleground states of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Both are with me now. Earl Ingram is the host of the Earl Ingram Show in Milwaukee, and Andrea Lawful Sanders is the host of The Source on WURD in Philadelphia. Welcome to you both. Congratulations on such a big week. And Earl, let me start with you. And I'm going to play here the president's answer to your question about his performance in the debate. Here's what he told you.
I had a bad night. And the fact of the matter is that, it was, I screwed up. I made a mistake. And, but I learned from my father, when you get knocked down, just get back up. Get back up.
Did you hear the version of the president, similar to one we saw in the debate, that alarmed so many Democrats? Gauge for me what your exchange was with the president.
Well, you're talking about a person, myself, who has followed the president for over 45 years. I've watched him from a very when I was a very young man to where he is now. Clearly, not just the president, but any person over a 45-year period there's going to be some changes to who they were, as there is with me. I'm not surprised that Joe Biden is not who he was 45 years ago. I am a little surprised that the Joe Biden of today is different from the Joe Biden of 2 years ago, or even a year ago.
How so?
Well, clearly, cognitively, anybody who hears him and knows of him and who he has been will detect that there are some differences in his speech. People attribute that constantly to the fact that he has a speech impediment. He's always had a speech impediment his entire life, but people hadn't been talking about the fact that he has a speech impediment until, the last few weeks. And clearly there's something that is different about President Joe Biden.
Yeah. He says that he will not be taking or releasing a cognitive test. Andrea, let me ask you here about your interviews, and something, I listened to both of them, and there's something that's similar here. You each you asked 4 questions, and maybe that's what you were allowed to ask by the campaign or the White House. But they were essentially the same questions, both interviews, about accomplishments, progress in your respective state, what's at stake in the election, what he has to say about his debate performance, and what he would say to voters who think their vote doesn't matter or might sit this election out. Were those questions given to you by the White House, or or the campaign, or did you have to submit questions ahead of this interview?
The questions were sent to me for approval. I approved them.
Okay, so the White House sent the questions to you ahead of the interview?
Yes.
Okay.
I got several questions, 8 of them, and the 4 that were chosen were the ones that I approved.
Okay. And the reason I ask is not a criticism of either of you. It's just that if the White House is trying now to prove the vim, vigor, acuity of the president, I don't know how they do that by sending questions first before the interview so that the president knows what's coming. Let me play here a bit of your interview. This is, and you've probably seen it's gotten a lot of attention. This is when he was asked about his accomplishments as president. Let's play it.
I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president.
Did you hear, as it's being covered, the president say that he was proud to be the first black woman president? Because that's what the headlines all over the internet are suggesting.
I find it interesting that they saw and heard that. What I got from him was that he was intimating that Kamala Harris was the first black woman vice president. And I guess with his speech impediment, they heard something else. And I find it interesting that that was the only thing that they picked out of that entire conversation and ran with it. Look, we have a hard way to go in this country. I am listening to the community that is speaking to me every single day on WYD radio. We are answering, looking at the things that are mattering to us. We can't afford to get excited and fumble about what folks are thinking about the president and his frailty and his speeches. We are concerned about the purging of the government in Project 2025. We've been talking about this on WUID since January, fully and completely. The slashing of the Department of Justice and dismantling the FBI and replacing their traditional independence from political pressure with fealty to the administration. Those are the things that matter to us in the black community. So when I ask them, what matters most to you, that President Biden has this speech impediment or that he's slowing down versus the other person who has all these other things going on, they keep saying to me, we did it on Friday on The Source, we did it Thursday, we keep asking them, they keep saying the same thing. We want the Democrats to win because we feel like if we do anything else, it's going to be a problem for us. What I'm concerned about is that no one really seems to be in the community talking to the very people who has the vote.
Earl Ingram from Civic Media, Andrea Lawful Sanders from WRD. Thank you both.
The Patriot President 2000X is only 18 inches long, 13 inches wide. And
there's another interview that she gave. I think this is it.
A pair of taped radio interviews that aired this morning, the president said it's time to move forward with his campaign. On the Earl Ingram show, which is out of Wisconsin, he stressed how important black voters are to this election.
The vote of the black community matters intensely. Look, it makes up a significant portion of the American population. Who's going to represent you except folks like me?
And when talking about last week's debate, the president admitted to the radio program The Source he had a bad night.
Is there any reason for the American people to be concerned?
No, I had a bad debate.
Yeah.
I had a bad debate, but 90 minutes on stage does not erase what I've done for 3.5 years. Proud of the record, and we just got to keep moving.
Well, joining me now is the host of The Source, that radio program, Andrea Lawful Sanders. It's great to have you with us this morning. Look, you got right in there with the president in this interview, which aired this morning. What are you hearing from your listeners in reaction to what the president told you?
I am so glad. First of all, thank you for having me on this morning on your show. It is an honor. I am so happy that that was the first question that you asked, because right after the interview aired at 6 o'clock this morning, I began getting comments like, you just saved the democracy. You were patient, you were kind, you allowed him to speak, and we understood what he was saying amidst the noise that we had been hearing about the fact that he was too old and it was time for him to retire and give it to someone else. And so I was proud of that. I was proud that WID was chosen to be a part of this conversation so that people could get a clearer sense of what he was discussing and why.
By the way, that's what people were saying to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he spoke on that. He said, some of my young brothers think now that I'm too old. He said, come up here and tell me, young brother, if you can handle the mission that I'm giving you from Allah. If Allah took me away, you couldn't carry on. What do you call it when you give a man the office of president and he inherits a 4.7 unemployment, and by the time he finished, unemployment is 11.6 or 11.5. Did he handle it? And then he tries to take credit for what he inherited. Do you understand? He tried to take credit for inheriting his daddy's money. He said he got a loan. He loaned him $1 million and he gave it back. He gave, and come to find out his daddy was supporting him all his life. Do you understand? Donald Trump never built anything. He just slapped his name on things. So, but anyway, this is the interview that I was talking about here.
To stay as the presumptive nominee for Democratic President of the United States of America.
You told my colleague Laura Coates that you were a little concerned in the wake of the debate. I think, were your listeners as concerned?
It was interesting because the listeners, as we were concerned, myself, Joanne Bell, James Peterson, and Niall Blass, who was 24 years old, we found someone who was much younger who was willing to have the conversation with us. As we were beginning to feel concerned, the listeners said, and they were typing away as we were talking, they said, I don't care if he's walking with a cane, I'm voting for Joe Biden. I am watching my freedom slipping away. And at that point, the Supreme Court had not yet ruled on all the things that they'd come down with a day later. And that even solidified it even more for them that they would rather vote for Joe Biden than Donald Trump. So I was so heartened by that. I have been in many living rooms having this conversation over the last few months. And I said to the people who were, waffling, oh my God, this doesn't look good, et cetera, et cetera. I said, you've been listening to two men. Both of them are older than we would have liked them to be. But of the two men that you are listening to, who is the one that would make more sense for the United States of America? Who is the one that would work with the people? Who is the one that has the data, the proven policies that would give us what we needed as a country to move forward? We're already so fractured from what happened on January 6, 2021. This has only frightened the people more. And so many of my friends have gotten passports and visas and gone on to other places to live as a direct result, black and white, right? And so we have to create a space of calm in our country, bring it back to center, and find ways for us to work together again.
When you got this call, was it the White House or the campaign that reached out and said, we'd love for you to speak with the president?
Both. The White House and the campaign. And they called and said, we've been listening to you. We want to give you this opportunity. And I tell people all the time, when you do your work and do it well and keep your head down, the people will notice. You don't have to draw attention to yourself. And so on WURD Radio, which is a small station, only one of four that is four owned black media stations in the country, I said to Sarah Lomax, who is the owner, and it's independently operated, I said to her in 2019, Sarah, the ultimate goal is to get people to work together, to get our folks to understand the importance of what it is to be black in our community, and to take on the stories that matter most to us in a time where we can only get 30 seconds on another radio station or 15 seconds on air at a television station. We're able to delve a little deeper. So it is an honor. When I tell you it is an honor for us to have been chosen, it truly was.
And then that gives you the opportunity, too, to express what your listeners are saying and feeling and the questions that they have. Look, the interview with you, I also spoke with Earl Ingram out of Wisconsin. He did an interview yesterday as well. These are two important places for President Biden, of course, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We know he's going to be making trips there. There is so much talk about whether the president not only can win this election, but whether he can serve, whether he is fit to serve another 4 years. Those questions are out there. Based on your conversation with him, do you believe he is?
I believe he is fit, but I also want to remind people that he's the face, the figurehead as president of the United States. He has a whole staff around him that has created so many changes over the last 3 years. Now, I'm not telling people who to vote for one way or the other. I just want them to take a look and see what's happening on either side of the aisle and decide which would be best for their life, their well-being, and their freedoms. So Let people, as I'm talking to them, are saying things to me like, Andrea, I don't care if they have to roll him in a wheelchair. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't care. We are seeing our freedoms taken away as Black people. He has helped create Black wealth, as he told me.
Just a moment.
And decide which would be best for their life, their well-being, and their freedoms. So let people, as I'm talking to them, are saying things to me like, Andrea, I don't care if they have to roll him in a wheelchair. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't care. We are seeing our freedoms taken away as Black people. He has helped create Black wealth, as he.
Listen to this. It makes me feel good to know that people understand that when you elect the president, you are actually electing an administration. You are electing a man it's just like you who listening to me. Have you thought about the fact that, as I shared with you, the only reason I'm up on the air here is because of the people that's around me. I don't know how to do this. These brothers that you don't see, they're the ones and sisters, they're the ones that's putting this on for you. I ain't no Lone Ranger. You not only have me as your guide, you have people supporting and helping me to guide you. The president gets to choose a whole host of people that are his advisors, his cabinet. You keep talking like it's just Joe Biden. It ain't just Joe Biden. It is the Biden administration. And he surrounds himself with intelligent people, obviously, because the country doing fine. I didn't hear you. I learned from, what's his name? Sid Harvey? Was that his name? Steve Harvey? Was it? You sure? No, the rest of the story. What's that man's name? He trying to... Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey. Now, this was back in the 70s. I used to listen to Paul Harvey from time to time. And he had a broadcast that came on called The Rest of the Story. And he once said, the wise man is not the man who uses his own mind. The wise man is the man who learns to use all of the minds around him. I never forgot that. Then I understood, well, now I understand, but I understood some then, why a president gets to choose a cabinet of advisors. He chooses people who's just like a historian. All presidents that really understand that office, they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They know that they need a historian in there. And if they don't know, someone informs them that you definitely want a historian. And the last president used this person or that person. Because things going to come up that you may not be able to deal with, but it may have came up before. And the historian will be able to tell you what was done in the past so you can make a judgment about maybe tweaking what was done in the past and being able to do that to solve the problem in the present. Do you understand? Like doctors do. Doctors look at your history
so that they can narrow down what symptoms you have and what it may be a sign of. Do you understand? History is very important, so you need a historian. Okay. Likewise, you find the most competent people that you can, and you tell them, I need you in here to advise me in this area, in the area of education. I need you to advise me in the area of, you always want someone that knows about defense and that kind of thing, about foreign adversaries and foreign friends. You want people to help you with that so that your foreign policy can be based on intelligence and not just on feelings. Do you understand? And so that is what Joe Biden has obviously did right, which tells you that he's very competent. Who you surround yourself with says a lot about your intelligence. Do you understand? All right. Now, any people that think that I'm stupid, if I'm so stupid, how did I attract so many intelligent people? Intelligent people started leaving Donald Trump. Why? What did the first chief of staff of his, what was General, what was his name? The first one, he had so many. But he said, the man is an imbecile. He's a fool. I mean, really. Everybody that he had, even Pompeo left it and called him stupid. John Kelly called the man an imbecile. Do you understand? I mean, really, man. I mean, it's just, you know, you ain't heard nobody tell you Joe Biden is stupid. The staff that's with him, they've been with him from the beginning. That's the first sign that, look, let me tell you something. Anytime you take an office and have to start firing people that you hired, what does that say about your judgment? It says that you don't know how to pick them. I didn't hear you. Because you were supposed to do your research and know who it was that you was bringing on board. And you know what you found out without realizing it? Is that many of you didn't realize it. But when, what was his name that was the head of the James Comey? When James Comey, who was the head of the FBI, when he told you that Donald Trump tried to get him to pledge fealty to him, that he wanted James Comey to pledge his allegiance not to the United States but to Donald Trump. That told you all you needed to know about why John Kelly and many of the people that he first chose, even, what's his name, his attorney general. What was that man?
Jeff Sessions.
Jeff Sessions. Attorney General Jeff Sessions. A lot of them. They just couldn't stomach him because they still had a measure of patriotism in them. And they knew that, no, this man ain't got, he don't know what he's asking here. And when they realized he knew what he was asking, they just wasn't going to do it. Do you understand? And probably told him that. Hey, man, I can't pledge no fealty to you. What What did Rusty Bowers tell him? I voted for you, but I'm not going to violate my oath. Huh? Donald Trump wanted people to violate their oath. That's who he taking in there with him the next time he get in there. You know, and that's what you being set up for. And he's not lying to you about that. He gonna be from day one, dictator from day one. Well, he'll be dictating to you. He won't be dictating nothing to me, but he will be dictating to you. And you know, because to try that on me would be suicide. So, what is it, son?
Somebody raised their hand.
Yes, unmute.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes. When President Biden took office, he said that inflation was at 9%. Can you tell your audience what inflation was when Donald Trump left office? I believe it was 1.4%.
I already told you what unemployment was. So, generally, just a moment. When you,
inflation.
I heard you the first time, but understand something. I'm not stupid when it comes to how the economy works. Whenever there is high unemployment, there is low inflation, and the reason that there is low inflation is because the unemployment is high, and the economy has slowed down. And so you don't start inflating prices and that's what inflation is going up on the price of things. The price of things goes up when money is flowing. The price of things comes down when money is scarce. And so by the unemployment being 11.5% when he left office, then inflation, the price of gas was $1.80. But the thing is, get the $1.80. You see, so don't talk to me like I'm just fell off a turnip truck, man. I'm not stupid. I know how.
President Biden said that the border endorsed them. 30 seconds later, they said they've never endorsed Biden.
Wait a minute. You say President Biden said who endorsed him?
He said in the debate that the Border Patrol Union endorsed him, and they came out.
Just a moment. Let's see here. Siri, just a moment. You don't have to beg me to do nothing, because I'm gonna do what I normally would do. I'm not a liar. Now you calm yourself down. Just calm yourself down, because you tried to suggest something just now that didn't work for you. Now you want to go someplace else. Now, Siri, did Joe Biden say that the Border Patrol endorsed him?
I found this on the web.
Biden claims Border Patrol endorsed him. Is that true? June 27, 2024, during the first presidential debate of 2024, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. Just a moment. Let me get it to finish.
Okay.
Just a moment. My phone will bring it up, I guess.
Oh, that's fine.
You got it up?
Yes, sir.
Read it.
President Biden did say that they endorsed him.
I just read that.
Yes, sir. But when you look at it, what he was talking about was they endorsed his Border Act of 2024. And the union president said, while not perfect, the Border Act of 2024 is a step in the right direction and is far better than the current status quo. This is why the National Border Patrol Council endorses this bill in hopes for its quick passage.
Okay, well, that's what he said. Now, that's what was meant by that. But when by endorsing, just a moment, by endorsing his act, he said they endorsed him, and in that sense, it was an endorsement of him if they went along with what he wanted done.
He said the Borders Union endorsed him. Go back and play it.
Well, I just did. We just read it to you. They endorsed an act that he authored. So now, Donald Trump said that he left this country in good shape. Was that true?
He did, but look at the border. 10 million people.
No. No. Ain't no sense in you telling that lie. Ain't no sense in you lie. Ain't no 10 million people came across this border.
Do you agree with the
You see, didn't I tell you that everybody who supports Donald Trump is a liar?
The border is okay.
Tell me something. Tell me something. Did you support all of them babies being taken from their mothers and stuff down there on the border?
No.
Wait a minute. No, you stop. No, I asked just a moment. I answered your questions. Now you're going to start answering some of mine. But you in here trying to support Donald Trump. So it was okay with you for them babies to be ripped away from their parents down there at the border, right? That was a good thing.
Barack Obama did it.
No, Barack Obama did not do that. Just a moment. See, I told you just a bunch of liars, man. Siri, did the Obama administration rip children away from their parents?
I found this on the web.
Fact check. Did Obama administration separate families? June 20, 2018. Immigration advocates. Find that, brother, because you know my phone's so slow. It ain't gonna take it up. You see, you always got people who try to twist truth and make it into a lie. That's what these people do. He doing the same thing. Go ahead. You be quiet. Read, brother.
Yes, sir. It says, fact check. Did Obama administration?
Be quiet, man. I don't want to have to mute you.
This is from NBC News, and it says, fact check. Did Obama administration separate families? This claim from DHS Secretary Christian Nielsen and conservative commentators is false, according to immigration advocates and former officials.
Okay. You see, everything they say to you is a lie. And he come in here, and if you say one more lie to me, now just a moment, I'm going to warn you. You say one more lie to me, I'm going to cast you into hell. Because you putting not only your own life at risk, you putting the life of all of the citizens of the United States at risk with your lives.
Trump 2024. He's going to win.
Okay, okay. Well, that's what you got a right. You got a right. You got a right to who you gonna vote for. I ain't trying to take that from you. But don't you tell now another lie. Don't you come in here ever again trying to promote lies on my broadcast.
You can't take the truth. You can't take the
To hell
truth.
with you. Amen. And amen. Okay, you already there. So you can put him out now. But you see, everything he said was a lie. You see? But I did warn him. I gave him a chance. And I know it scared him because he just said, I'm going to vote for Trump. But he added another lie to it. And I told him, what lie did he add? He said, I'm scared of the truth. When have you ever seen me run away from the truth? No. Somebody else?
Nobody but that New York caller raised his hand.
No, the hell with him. I ain't think about him. The nigga come in here and want to overtalk me and spread his lies. So back to hell with him. Amen. and amen. So, let's finish here. So you heard what the sister say, her caller said. If they rolled him out there on a wheelchair, I'm going to vote for it. That's what they said. I said, well, go ahead then. Let's see here.
Face the figurehead as president of the United States. He has a whole staff around him that has created so many.
This is what you must always remember.
Based on your conversation with him, do you believe he is?
Mm-hmm. I believe he is fit, but I also want to remind people that he's the face, the figurehead as president of the United States. He has a whole staff around him that has created so many changes over the last 3 years. Now, I'm not telling people who to vote for one way or the other. I just want them to take a look and see what's happening on either side of the aisle and decide which would be best for their life, their well-being, and their freedoms. So let people, as I'm talking to them, are saying things to me like, Andrea, I don't care if they have to roll him in a wheelchair. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't care. We are seeing our freedoms taken away as Black people. He has helped with Black wealth, as he told me. 60% of Black wealth grew 60% since the COVID. He says we have to do more. He's talked about, debt, student debt relief. He's talked about pouring money into creating spaces for Black-owned businesses so that we can grow our wealth. He's talked about, putting $16 billion into HBCUs. The man is one of the few people, and that includes Barack Obama, our former President Barack Obama, who has just really honed in and focused in on people of color in this country. And then he went further to create spaces where we have the most Black justices, the Black judges, federal judges. He's the only president that's created that many Black judges in the country. So we have to look at his record, right? Not just look at his frailty. And as someone who's from the island of Jamaica, I tell people all the time, we have to stop discarding our elderly, right? They've not lost their minds. They've not done, they've worked so hard to get to where they are. And yes, we slow down as we get older, and our bodies move a little slower. But we tend to be moved by what we see people doing, how charismatic they are, and not by the truths or untruths we hear.
Andrea Lawful Sanders, really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. Thank you, and happy 4th.
You are so welcome.
All right, you notice.
This is how to get
many people.
This is robotic. These balloons.
Many people associate a decline in your physical ability to move fast, to get around. They mistake that, thinking that means your mental capacity is gone. You ever heard the saying, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak? Meaning, the mind. How many of y'all watched Muhammad Ali? You saw him in his youth? The reason he was able to do the shuffle and punch so fast was because his body could react quicker to his thoughts. His thoughts were still into it when he lost them other fights. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Do you understand? Which made it would have made sense for him to have sense enough to leave the ring when the messenger told him it's time for you to come out of there. But he stayed in there. And where he used to didn't get hit, he started getting hit. And you saw what was the real result of that Parkinson's and that kind of thing, the syndrome of Parkinson's and whatnot. But the mind is just like with me. My body does not move as fast as I as it did 40-something years ago. But anybody that has spent any time around me knows that my body may have slowed down, but my mind has not. I know a whole lot of things now that I didn't know 40 years ago. And I'm far more competitive mentally, more competent mentally than I was 40 years ago. And if you don't believe it, you just saw an example of it just now. I don't have to sit up. A man that I know is a liar. I know that anyone who can support that man and justify supporting him has to do it based on a lie. You see? And I proved it just now. Everything he said was a lie. He even left here saying, I'm afraid of the truth. And that got him thrown in hell. Not because he's voting for Donald Trump. That's his right. Man can vote for who he wants. You can take people's choice from him. But I don't appreciate you lying on me. When have you ever known me to run away from the truth? A Muslim will bear witness to the truth, even if it's against himself. You see, he thought that he could get away with saying that because, I told him what I was going to do if he told me another lie. Don't charge me falsely. Now, if you got a charge against me and it's true, then make it. But don't falsely charge me. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Now, don't lie on people. If he had any truth, I gave him the opportunity to verify it, like I did. But he said lies, and he said it in such a matter-of-factly way that if you hadn't checked it, you would have thought it was true. You see, I told you, people think that I don't know things. Because, you see that? That black skin there? He keep mistaking me for his nigger. I ain't your nigger, boy. I'm your Lord. It don't take rocket science to figure out that inflation, look at the term. What is the nature of capitalism? You notice, you hear people talking all the time, and most of them don't know what they're talking about. The nature of capitalism is supply and demand. That's the very nature of capitalism. When goods and services are in high demand, prices go up. Generally, when things are in high demand, then it's because there's lots of money creating that demand. People spending. Then it becomes a seller's market. Do you understand? All right. If you got stuff sitting on your shelves that's in low demand, you're going to see that after a while. This product ain't moving. Put it on sale, 2 for 1. Why? Because I got to get this off my shelf here, and I need to recoup some of my money back. At least let me make some of my money back with a little profit. Generally, they mark up stuff in the market about 300% or more. You know, tennis shoes that they pay $5 or $8 a pair for, they sell them for $80 a pair. Oh, and put a brand name on them. You ain't, you know. But anyway, the inflation is always going to go down when unemployment goes up. And most people think, well, things getting better. No, things ain't getting better. Even interest rates go down when unemployment goes up. You see? So that's what the people been doing to this country. The Democrats create a better employment. The Republicans kill jobs so that the rich get richer and the poor stay in poverty. That's been the cycle. Just ain't nobody been paying it no attention. You see. And so you notice the economy tanked under Bush 8 years. It came back under Obama. The economy tanked again under Trump. It come back under Biden. Now, that's just history that you can go check. Not only did the economy tank under, over 1 million Americans died because of Donald Trump's failure. You see. Of course, now, if you cared about your fellow man, if you cared about your fellow Americans, you wouldn't even entertain the idea of putting another person like him in that office. But you don't give a damn because you ain't got sense enough to. I'm talking to the people who support Donald Trump. You see, you can always convince a fool to drink poison Kool-Aid and make him think you're doing him a favor. Am I lying? I mean, that's what they did. They convinced that Jim Jones convinced people that suicide was an alternative. Here's a man that claimed he was salvation for you and talked you into thinking suicide was an alternative. Let's die with dignity. Let's die in protest. Yeah, the boy was a drug head. They following the drug head, talking about he God's representative. It's like these people following Donald Trump, talking about he's the Messiah, the orange Jesus. I mean, really, man. I mean, I'm just, it pales. Let's get back to Malachi. Yes.
An anonymous person that raised their hand.
Unmute them. You can always put your finger back on it. It ain't a quick thing. What is it, caller? You'll see you anonymous.
I'm sorry?
I see you as anonymous there. So, what is it that you want to say?
President Biden said that no service members have died since he's been in office.
You say just a moment. No service members have died since he's been in office. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Well, if he said there's no service members died since he's been in office, I think he probably added to that overseas someplace in a foreign country. I mean, it's people dying every day. It's servicemen dying every day.
No, because the Gold Star families are upset because 13 died in Afghanistan from that bad withdrawal we had. He said...
Well, just a moment. If you're going to blame him for that, that's not accurate, because it's just like when people blamed Obama for pulling out of Iraq. Obama didn't have nothing to do with pulling out of Iraq. President George Bush had made that agreement that they would be out by that timetable. Donald Trump had made... Just a moment. Now, you're not going to ask me questions or whatnot, and then I'm answering you, and then you're going to cut me off. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that to me.
I'm sorry.
All right. Now, President Trump had made the agreement with Al-Qaeda. Was it Al-Qaeda? The Taliban. Excuse me. Not with Al-Qaeda. He didn't make no agreement with Al-Qaeda. He made an agreement with the Taliban that they would be out. It was by September. Was it July or sometime? The time that Joe Biden got him out of there. The time that Joe Biden got him out of there was to do what Trump had agreed to. That's Joe Biden didn't have no choice in that.
Well, how about the $80 billion worth of equipment we left behind? That's our taxpayer money.
Well, just a moment. When you say $80 billion in equipment that was left behind, there was Joe Biden and them had to get those people out of there. Now the equipment, that's done happen. Just a moment. Every time the U.S. has pulled out of some place, there was always, just like I was over in Vietnam, when they got ready to get out of Vietnam, they didn't take every bit of equipment that they had over there out of there. That was done. The thing was to get the troops out of there. The equipment, that had already been paid for. We wasn't losing no more money on that equipment.
Well, let me change gears whenever you're done. I don't want to interrupt you, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, when you start supporting a man who is unjust and is a liar, then you wind up supporting that man by unjust things yourself. You can't get around it. Just like you knew that Donald Trump had made that agreement with the Taliban, just like I did. We heard that on the news. The President of the United States don't enter office and just start doing his own thing. There's no such thing as a president other than Donald Trump that tried that. Every time a president enters into office, the reason they get so quickly aged and gray is because they inherit a whole lot of stuff that they didn't know was going on. And then agreements that the United States had made with foreign governments, the United States, in order to remain a great nation, has to live up to their agreements.
I'm going to ask you one quick question, and I'll get off the airway.
Yes, sir.
How would you feel if Donald Trump did a radio interview and they gave him the questions before the interview? Would you be okay with that?
They already do that. That's the way. This is what shocked me. I was on the Tom Pope show, and I told me and some of the the people around me, I told him I would like him to interview me. And Tom Pope, it cost a certain amount you had to pay them people to go on, that's how they make money. And so you pay them. And Tom Pope asked me, now what do you want me to ask you? I told him, I said, it's your interview. I said, well, you asking me what to ask me for? I said, no, you ask the question. If you can prove I'm not the Son of Man, do so. And I told RJ, the owner of the station, that was going to also air it along with Tom Pope, because he had been syndicated. And I said, RJ, the man come asking me, what did I want him to ask me? And RJ told me, he said, that's the way it's done, Son of Man. When you see an interview, it's a show. And so all of them do it. All of them do it. CNN promised Donald Trump and them that they would not fact check.
Well, the reason I asked is they did it for those two interviews you played with President Obama. But they said today from the Biden campaign they would no longer give questions before he goes. So they admitted.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But like I said, all of them do that.
Right.
Donald Trump made CNN agree that they would not fact check. If they was going to fact check him, he wasn't going to go on.
But Donald Trump went by Biden's rules. He agreed with everything.
Oh, well, Biden did too.
And Biden lost the debate.
No, he didn't. The only thing Biden lost was the appearance thing. Biden's, yeah, I know. That's because most of them are uninformed and they parakeet what they hear on TV. But I'm a realist. You cannot debate. Just a moment. You cannot debate a person who does not tell the truth. There is no debate if one side is not truthful. There is no debate. Both sides, in order to have a debate, both sides must agree on truth. Now, if you show me where Joe Biden done been lying to us, I'd like you to show it to me. Joe Biden is not a liar.
Joe Biden said no service members have died on his watch.
They haven't.
Go back and replay it.
They haven't.
13 died in Afghanistan.
In the first place, that wasn't on Joe Biden's watch. That was on Trump's. That was on Trump's watch.
No, sir.
When they was pulling out, it's just like if something happened during the pullout. Just like if, now you keep trying to overtalk me. Now this is my broadcast. And you will not overtalk me. A million people died on Donald Trump's watch, and you don't seem to be worrying about that.
And he had the fastest vaccine in American history too, did he not?
No, he did not.
Oh yes, he did.
If Donald Trump hadn't kept lying to the American people about that COVID, when we got it on tape, where he said that it was 5 times more deadly than the flu, but he didn't tell the American people that. He only told that to his interviewer. Donald Trump. See, I'm trying to show you that you all that support Donald Trump are liars. Because every time the truth, every time the truth comes to you, you ignore it. Well, I offered $75,000 if you can prove I'm lying about something.
You lie about everything about Biden. He's the worst president in history.
According to, based on what? Based on what?
He lied about people not being killed under his administration.
They wasn't. They wasn't. I'm still trying to figure out how you thinking about 13 people. I'm still trying to figure out how you thinking about 13 people when over 1 million died because of Donald Trump. You see, this is my point about y'all. It don't make no difference what someone shows you or Donald Trump or just like all of them. Mute him. You through cutting me off. Now, you through cutting me off when I'm talking. Now, when Donald Trump, you speak to him about the election, he knows he lost. You've heard him say he lost. He said, we can't tell people that we lost. That's embarrassing. You got that. And then you still come out talking about the election was rigged. When 60-some times in court, they gave him a chance to show what was rigged, and he showed nothing. So don't be thanking me for my service. I didn't serve you. I served the people of this country. You're not of this country. You just in it. But you don't stand for what this Constitution stands for. You stand for lies. You stand for division. The Constitution's very preamble says it is designed for a more perfect union. You cannot have a perfect union based on lies. Now you can unmute him.
You know what's wrong with America. I mean, hey, you're a daggone pastor.
Well, well, first of all,
November.
Okay, mute him again. Now, first of all, you gonna ask me, you don't know how I could be a pastor. I'm not a pastor. I'm the Son of Man. The prophets were the sheep of my pasture. I'm not no pasture. I'm the Lord. And that's why you can't stop listening to me, because you have been subpoenaed. You are in judgment now. That's why all of you got to keep watching and listening to me. And so, you sitting around here thinking this is a joke. You better go back and read what the book of John says in the 5th chapter. It's also this Malachi here. In Malachi, it says, this is talking about you, boy. It says, for behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly, shall be stubble. You know what stubble is? That's the part that's left after the harvest. And the day cometh that shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts. Every messenger of God was a host to the word that he brought. He was the host of that word. As Isaiah said, the Spirit of the Lord, the word of the Lord is upon me. The word of the Lord, I am a host of the word of the Lord. Well, the book told you that the word shall be made flesh and dwell among us. Well, I dwell among them. You notice, I don't just open up the book and then read from a speech I wrote. I open up the book and read from the book. I dwell there. And as it says, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. It says, the day cometh that shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. But unto you that fear my name, but unto you that fear what's written in the word of God, shall the Son, S-U-N, of righteousness, that's me, shall the Son of righteousness, the teacher of righteousness, the giver of understanding of the instruction in righteousness. That's what the scriptures are. They are instructions in righteousness. I am the instructor. And it says, unto you that fear my name shall the Son of righteousness arise with healing. The healing that I have for you is what people like this man that's been on the line here lying to you. I'm here straightening out what he lied about. Do you understand? With healing in the wings of my mind. The reason I'm said to have wings is the same reason that every hospital that is for healing has wings to it. Them big hospitals, they got wings in them. And depending on what's wrong with you is determine what wing you need to be going to. And so likewise, the Bible is 66 wings, 66 books that's in my brain. The Holy Quran is a reminder of it. And so I don't say it's number 67 because the 66 is the interior. The Holy Quran is the seal. It's the cover. And so, in my mind, my number, as the book says, his number is 600, 66. The Holy Quran came 600 years after the Bible. The Bible has 66 books in it. And I was told to eat the book up. So my number is 600, 66. And now these wings of my mind is how I address people like you that's on this phone acting a fool. And I address the wicked and the righteous. As the book says, he maketh his sun to shine on the just and the unjust. And that's what's going on. You being judged now. Your people warned you that your judge was going to be the black man. Why you think all your judges wear black robes? They knew that in the end the black man is the one that's going to judge you, and that black man standing there talking to you. When I say you a liar, I know what I'm saying. And you know I know what I'm saying. That's why you keep changing subjects. It's not because you heard me tell a lie on you. You heard me tell you the truth. And you ran from the truth. At least tried to get away from it and went to something else. You know, you don't say that people got killed on Joe Biden's watch when all Joe Biden was doing was following something Trump had agreed to. And even if they did, that's what military personnel sign up for. If necessary, they go that final mile. That's what I signed up for. So if I had died in Vietnam, it wouldn't have been nobody's fault but my own. Because I volunteered to go. I volunteered for the Marine Corps, and I volunteered for whatever went along with that. You know, soldiers, military personnel always know that they may die. Civilians, on the other hand, that's what military personnel die for, so that the civilians don't have to. The President of the United States is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces to protect citizens. And on his watch, 1.3 million Americans or 1.2 million Americans died. A pandemic didn't come to this country with Joe Biden at the helm. It came with Donald Trump at the helm. And it killed over 600 and something thousand Americans while Donald Trump was still there. And that's one of the things that cost him the election. And Joe Biden inherited that. And he did what should have been done by Trump, which was get out of the way and let the CDC guide the nation. And many people died that didn't have to. Do I need to remind you that there were people in the hospital gasping for their last breath, still believing that they did not have COVID, that was something else wrong with them and not that disease? And some of the nurses and people that were medical people were crying because people did not trust the medical community because of Donald Trump and his enablers. But you accuse me of lying when everything that I just said, you saw it on the news just like I did. It was on the internet. People were actually having COVID parties because they were told that it's no worse than the flu. And then you want to come in here and thinking that you can drown me out, which means you can overtalk the truth and drown it out, but I won't let you. None will be allowed to speak that day, but he whom the beneficent permits, and he speaks aright. You see, I'm in a position that I don't have to let you keep on over-talking me. I can stop you. I remember that we used to have a conference room that people could just come in and take it over. And I told them, anytime I got a conference room that I can't control, I'm through. I ain't finna go in that no more. You're not going to take something that a class that I'm trying to teach and try to make it sound like foolishness. No, you're not. I'm not going to let you. You see, rather than me go off, they fix something where I could control it. Huh? Because it ain't my loss. You the one that's sick, not me. You're the one that's being lied to. You're the one that's being deceived. And if you don't want to hear me, I don't want to talk to you. Just don't get the impression that this excites me. I've been doing this for almost 50 years. The excitement is gone. Now you can unmute him. Don't play like you ain't there. I know you still there.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
You know I hear you.
I was sort of disagree with some of your suggestions that I think all politicians it's not just one particular party, to be honest.
Just a moment. Joe Biden is not a politician. Joe Biden is a statesman, but he's in politics. But he's not a politician. That's one of the reasons why he was so frustrated by the lies that was being said while he was standing up there telling the truth. He wasn't just frustrated with Donald Trump. He was frustrated with CNN, that they let this man just stand up there and just lie to the American people and use their forum to do so.
Well, they have 6 days to prepare.
I done had my whole life to prepare. And you know what the scripture say about me and liars? It said, a liar shall not tarry in my sight. You don't prepare to listen to people tell you lies. You prepare to listen to someone tell you truths that may be against you. But at least it's true. I'm saying that Joe Biden didn't tell no lies in that debate. Now, there ain't a man walking that ain't never lied, including me. Can
you fact check that?
I already fact checked that earlier. Don't bring that back in here. You was listening.
And everybody reported it.
The border people backed the act that he set in motion and signed into law to govern the border. Well, look, I know what endorse mean. Endorse mean agree with.
They did endorse him to be president.
No, he didn't say endorsed him to be president. He said they endorsed him. They agreed with the act that he put out there. We read that. He didn't say they endorsed him for president.
Show the receipt. He used the words.
It's just like when I say that the Bible is a good book, and I say that everybody that don't say it's not a good book, they endorsing me. That don't mean that they endorsing me, that they believe that I'm the Son of Man, unless that's what you took it as. But I know what an endorsement. I know what an endorsement is. You twisting that. Joe Biden did not know. The millions of people who support that liar said that about Joe Biden. But not.
To get office 2.5%.
What do I think about what? What do I think about what?
You think about interest rates at 7.5% to buy a new house.
Well, that's big. Interest rates, I already spoke on that. See, I told you they don't listen. You see, you cannot even begin to debate a person that you don't listen to, because it makes you sound stupid. You don't know how stupid you sound. You don't know how stupid you just made yourself sound by bringing up something that I already explained. There is no such thing. Now you think I'm calling you stupid. I said you sound stupid. Because you wasn't listening. You wasn't listening. So now maybe you will listen, and I'll tell you again. The reason interest rates go up when the economy is good is because it's lots of money in circulation. And so when because the unemployment was so high, and interest rates always go down. Interest rates always go down when people are less employed. When you don't have low unemployment, you have low interest rates. When you do have low unemployment, interest rates go up because it's more money circulating. People have more, and goods and services begin to cost more. That's the way capitalism works. It's all about supply and demand. Now, you ought to know that better than me. This your country.
If you think Joe Biden is going to win,
I don't care. Look, man, let me tell you something. My son don't rise and set on Joe Biden winning or not winning. Hell, I'm doing this. I'm doing this for you. I ain't doing this for me.
He can't make it another 4 months.
Well, I mean, tomorrow ain't promised to nobody that's alive today.
And I hope Kamala Harris gets in the race. He can stop her even more.
I mean, it's like you all are so. Who are you trying to convince that Joe Biden ain't gonna win? Me or you?
I'm trying to convince you.
I mean, if Joe Biden, if my vote will get Joe Biden in there, he gonna win. But my vote is just one vote. So I mean, it takes millions and millions of votes to get a man as president.
Are you to buy an electric car at $56,000, $60,000?
I done already bought some electric vehicles. What you mean? Have I already? We done already did that. We got some hybrids. We even tried the Tesla.
McDonald's can afford a $60,000 electric car?
Once the demand goes up, the price going to go down as far as vehicles go, because a fast nickel beats a... Just a moment. Now, just a moment. Now, if you asking me questions that are rhetorical, why don't you say that? Because if that's what you're doing, you're in the wrong forum. I'm not a person who you can ask a question to and leave dumbfounded. I'm gonna tell you something. Ain't none of y'all heavy enough to ask me questions I can't answer. So you and other white people like you.
Oh, so you're militant.
What do you mean? Now, well, just what you wish. That's what you wish. But if I was,
we owe you some.
I ain't think you owe me nothing. Do I? Tell me something. When the last time? Look, white boy. When the last time have you heard me stand up here saying white people owe me something? When?
California wants retribution.
No. Wait a minute. When the last time you heard me, the Son of Man, stand up here saying white people owe me something?
You would take it if they give it to you. I guarantee you that.
I ain't asking y'all to give me nothing. I don't need you to give me nothing. Okay, you ain't gonna come in here. You ain't gonna come in here cursing and going on. You ain't gonna come in here. Hey, wait a minute, boy. Don't never say another curse word in my broadcast.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay, well, go to hell. Go to hell, and then you come on out here and look at me and say it.
Stupid nigger.
Yeah, you go. Okay, you can. See, that's what you get. But look, don't let him keep on. Like I said, see, now he in hell. Amen. Amen and amen. See what was really right there under the surface? You bring it out of him when he... See? So, you know, I mean, what can you say, man? You know, that's what he been wanting to say. You see? So now he's in hell for saying it. See? So I'm telling you, let's get back to this here. Because it says, but unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. And you shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. And you shall tread down the wicked. You see how I pressed on him till you saw what was really in him. There you go. What did the book say? Whosoever that stone fall on. You grind him to what? When you want to know what's in solid rock or solid things, how do you find that out? You got to grind him down. Now you see what was at the root of him? There you go. He's still there. He's still listening. You see? But the difference in me and him, I will say whatever I got to say to your face. That nigga ain't coming out here. I wish he would. But anyway, so it says, unmute him. I'll talk about unmute him. Yeah. You better go to hell. Get on away from him. So, anyway, this is the kind of stuff that they used to do to us. And he mistook me for his nigga. I don't know how he could do that, but you know, I mean, you ain't never heard a nigga talk like this. Huh? Remember what Kirk told Khan? We tried it once your way, Khan. You ready for your game for a rematch? With a woke black man? See, I know who I am. You the one got that to find out. So, his nasty mouth done got him, wrote him a check that his behind couldn't cash. So, it says, and you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be what? What's left with you when fire get through with you? There you go. Ashes under the soles of your feet. In the day. In the what? We didn't reveal it on the day. We revealed it on the night of majesty. But in the day that I shall do this, they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. Saith who? Saith the Lord of the prophets. What did Jesus say? The Son of Man is who? There you go. Tell me something. How can you not believe that I'm the Lord of all of them when I got all of them bearing me witness? You remember the man said he can prove I'm not the Mahdi? I ain't forgot. Where he at? Remember ye the law of Moses. What was Moses' law? He said a lot of things, didn't he? He also said, remember the Sabbath day. To do what? Because 6 days may work be done. But the Sabbath day shall be a day where the Holy Scriptures is no longer sealed. A holy day unto the Lord, that's in the volume of the book. In it, what? You know what happened to you when you go in the courtroom cussing. They find you in contempt, don't they? And usher you to jail, huh? They ushered him to hell. Now, he left mad. He was steaming. He was like, hey, what? What happened? He got what he was trying to do to me. May he be destroyed. How he determined to destroy me. Up and nay again. There you go. See, ain't it nice when you see the book jumping off the page? It's refreshing, isn't it? To know that there's a God with you. So it says, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Jacob's children. Huh? With the statutes and the judgments. Because what? The words that we have spoken, that's who's going to judge you in the last day. You better remember them judgments. Huh? Whosoever doeth any work in the Lord's day shall surely be what? He sit there and lost his mind. You could tell he lost his mind. so what can you say? You know, I mean, that's what's in store for all of them that think they can come in my presence and treat me like they've been treating you. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I will repay. Do that sound like I thought they owed me something? I didn't hear you. When somebody say that they gonna pay you back, they think they owe you something. I didn't hear you. Yeah. And he's showing you what I owe him. You see? So, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet. What? Let's see here. I wanna check something out here. We might not know what we're talking about now. So I wanna be sure.
Just like again, at the time. If the Bible teaches you that the devil will have the power of the people to rule until God comes and destroys him. This is true. And that God prepared hell for him and the day that he would leave. Think over that. Before ever the man was made, heaven was prepared for him. Now, if the Bible teaches you that, Christian believers, why do you want to go stay along with it? Since his destination is hell. But you say, I don't know when that will be. Neither do you. No one is given that hour. But God himself, and then he passes it over to that angel that you read of in the Revelation that places one foot on water and one on land. That preachers used to fancy in that. Of course, they didn't get too far from the truth.
You just witnessed that. See, people think I only know scriptures. But I know finances too. You think I could have accomplished all of what I'm doing with you and don't know nothing about finances? Huh? Y'all done seen me doing things with finances that you never thought about doing. Huh? How in the world you think I'm going to help you if the only thing I understand is spiritual things? The only reason I can't help you is because you don't pay me no attention. I offered to make my people millionaires. You know what they told me? If the nigga knows so much, how come he don't make himself rich? And if I was doing that, you know what they'd be saying? That nigga don't care nothing about nobody but himself. Is that right? And I don't care what you do, it ain't gonna wash because they got the mind of their enemy in their forehead. The mind that's in you came from that man that just left here. Hates you with a passion and tries to cover. He just thanked me earlier for for my service. You remember that? He didn't mean that. He thought I thought he meant. You notice I didn't say that when he said that. I wasn't serving him. You know, people like him, they ain't worth serving. Do you understand? Man, grinning up in your face and hate you. And hate you for no reason. I ain't gonna give you S. As though I asked him to give me something. Did I ask him to give us anything? Do we walk around with picket signs talking about you owe us? So where you get that from? From the ones who follow him. Do you understand? Oh. We don't need him to give us nothing. The only reason we put on the back of our paper that you after 400 years of forced labor, that you benefited you and benefited us nothing. We want complete separation. We think that after 400 years, you should provide for us in that separate state or territory for the next 20 to 25 years until we are able to provide the necessities for ourselves. And we think that is more than just. Now, he claimed that he set us free. That's what he said. I didn't say it. He said it. Well, how you set us free and you didn't give us no land? How you set us free and didn't give us nothing to go free with? Then if you say you ain't going to give us nothing, then you didn't set us free, did you? There you go. See, but he lied to you because he knew you didn't know what freedom is. Ronald Reagan said, where there can be, when he was justifying supporting Israel, he said, where there is no land, there can be no freedom. I didn't hear nobody say he didn't know what he was talking about. I don't know where you're going to be free and ain't got your own land. That's like saying you in charge and you ain't got no house. You're in charge of what? So, no. If this you said it's my house, I do it. Okay, if it's your house, fine. Not if you're renting. It ain't yours. You do know that, right? Okay, all right. So if you ain't got no country, you ain't free. You see? But he lied to you and told you he freed you. And he's angry with me for waking you up to his lie. You see? Now I'm going to tell all of you, stop thinking about what you want to do and think about what I want you to do. Because you're going to be disappointed when you find out that maybe my plans don't go along with what you want. You help me do what I'm here to do. And if you do that, then you'll be all right. My agenda is the important agenda right now. Am I clear? If that ain't where it is with you, you need to go on. If you think you can do better somewhere else other than behind me, you go on. Then you will find out. My agenda is for us all. I'm building a nation. I'm not building no club. I ain't got enough workers. We got land that ain't even developed. because we ain't got enough workers. So just get your mind on what we are doing at this particular point in time. Regardless of what you want to do in the future. You got to establish yourself a place on this earth right now if you want to have a future. Am I clear? I know the way to that.
They used to say that the angel would ask God, how long was the sound? And you make it a little fancy then. I used to hear my father preach it. And he put fancy to it because he didn't know. But today all fancy is removed. And the light of the truth must shine so clear that you cannot claim there was a cloud between you and it.
Did you notice? Not anything that I said did any of the people who was trying to argue with me prove was wrong. They just moved to another subject. When he find out that you keeping up with what's really going on, that's all he can do. Because his lie falls flat. Huh? It is amazing how people who lie are quick to call someone else a liar. But when you check what they say that person lied about, you find out that they lied about calling somebody else a liar. That's what you get from liars. You understand? I have to know how commerce works. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad showed me that. How you think he was importing millions of tons of fish and importing shoes and clothes and all of these kind of things? How you think he got to do that on a national scale? He knew something about commerce. And he got and enlisted people, black people, men and women, that knew something about those areas. Do you understand? So he showed me that, look, it ain't enough to, you say, Elijah, well, the world gonna be destroyed tomorrow. He said, yes, brother, but we got to eat today. Huh? I remember this one preacher, I used to work with him. I told you his name was Abraham. And he told me one day when we was in there, he said, Brother Morgan, he said, some people are so heavenly bound that they ain't no earthly good. And the way he put that, I understood exactly what he was saying. You don't tell me that you are in touch with God while ignoring the condition of poverty that's all around you with people. When you see other people living so well, and your people have so little of nothing, and you don't see something missing with your people. The condition of a people is a testament to the condition of that people's mentality. You find out how balanced you are, because without balance, you can't be straight up. Balance keeps you straight up. You are a material being. How can you not think that you need material things? But there is a part to you that is not material, yet it is real. It is a part of you that makes you able to put material things in their proper place, and the possession of them to keep that which you possess in a proper context in your mind. And by knowing the value of the material and recognizing that its value is limited, then you are able to balance it and keep it from being your demise or your destroyer. If your mind is overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and the cares of this world, the inflation, what you call the rise and fall of stock markets and all of that kind of thing, and not really understanding what's really going on. If you understand capitalism, you can maneuver through it. If you don't understand it, it will become your God. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. The love of money take root in your heart. It's a root that will lead to nothing but evil. You see? It's like people who, they go in and make them arguments to people who don't understand how capitalism works. They don't understand that deflation and inflation, they may look different, but they just basically the same. It's just what money is doing. How much money is changing hands or how little money is changing hands. Do you understand? And you want to balance. You want to balance that. But you don't make more out of the deflation than you should. Because people who have plenty, they buy when things are low. Because when it ain't no big market for things, somebody who got plenty, they can capitalize off of that market. Do you understand? Then when the economy starts rising, things go getting good. Everything goes up. Gas, everything. Why? Because now the seller, he can make lots of money. He can jack his prices up because everybody wants it. Do you understand? And they got the money for it. And so, it is the inflation is when the middle class and all of the people are doing better. when the recession happens, the wealthy people are doing better. Do you understand? So, I mean, I look at things when they get my attention, and it don't take me long to figure out what I'm looking at. As Allah said, I will make him of a quick understanding. So, he made me of a quick understanding. You see? It's like people come in here trying to push my button, I wind up pushing theirs. You see? And make no mistake. It's like I tell you. What is the point of you having wisdom if you don't know what to do with it, how to use it to get what you want? Make no mistake. If you go after something and you didn't get it, and instead you got mad and stormed out, well, you didn't get what you went after. So how can you claim that you were wise? You come in I'm talking to all of you. You want to come in my broadcast, and if you trying to push buttons on me and you leave mad, well, whose button got pushed? I mean, really. You ain't got no button to push on me. Ain't got no button on me saying push here and make me act a fool. No, I can raise my voice and be just as calm. Are you aware you don't feel tidal waves when you're on the ocean? The ocean is just that deep. It can be a tidal wave up above you, and a submarine up under there is just as calm. That's what people make the mistake with me. If Allah told me to eat up the book, do you know how deep this book is? What makes you think that because I'm raging on the top that I'm somehow my peace is broken? I still remember the word of God. I'm at peace inside of me. But I can drown other people. Moses drowned his enemy. See, the boy left here drowning. I was all kind of niggas before he left out of here. Why? Because that's what was in him. Now he can't fake it no more. You see? So behold, I will send you Elijah, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. The God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad and stayed with Elijah for 3 years and about 4 or 5 months, and then sent him. He said, he sent me back to the cemetery to raise you. He's talking to me. He said, I alone, Allah has raised up to teach a dead man. Who is that dead man? I'm he that liveth and was dead, saith the Lord. The Son of Man had to be raised from the dead, man. Who's going to raise him? Elijah. The God of this world, his name was Yaqub. He came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad and told his uncle. He said, I made these people, and the reason they're giving you so much hell is because they devils. He said, my name is W.F. Muhammad. I came to North America by myself, and my uncle does not know himself. Why? Because the devils that I made stripped him of the knowledge of himself. So now I got to wake him up, because it's that time. So Elijah was drawn to Master Farad Muhammad after one sitting. Elijah came and said to him, I know who you are. You see? And Elijah grew up in a house where his daddy and his granddaddy was preachers. He didn't ever tell them they was God. He disagreed with what they was saying about scriptures. So he had a spark of life in him. And it was enough for him because of his true desire to serve God and to help his people. He was pure in heart to see past the flesh and look into the spirit, and saw God in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. And he told him, I know who you are. He said, you're the Son of Man that the world have been expecting. He said, you're God himself. And Master Farad Muhammad looked at him, and he said, he gave him a stern look, and then he leaned over and told him, he said, yes, but who knows that? And don't you tell anybody. You be quiet. And he started teaching the messenger. And when he had taught him for 3 years and about 4 months, he gave him enough to last him 40 years. And he said, you will walk up in a mountain 40 miles high and eat rattlesnakes, just so you can teach one. As Moses lifted up the serpent, you got to lift up the Son of Man. That's what he was telling his messenger. And so the messenger, he said that he gave him enough to last him 40 years. And he knew that when that time was about up, he was expecting the one that he was there to really teach to show up. And I did show up. And he did teach me. He taught me a wake-up message. And once he woke me up, that was it. He gave me the book. Said, now, you want to talk to Allah? Read the book. So that's what I did. And then I realized what he had did for me when I started reading and could understand what I was reading, when I used to couldn't understand it. I didn't understand it all at once, but I started understanding some of it. And I said, yeah. And he told me, you'll never be able to thank me enough. And he was right. I can't thank him enough. So the only way I can think of to thank him is to carry on and to do this, regardless to who I meet on the way to freedom. Ain't none of them gonna stop me from doing what I'm here to do. They can't. They wish they could. I told you, the graveyard full of white people up there that thought they was gonna murder me. I didn't have to know nothing about it. I just saw a bunch of funerals. And, you know. So you ain't got nothing going. I know that was an embarrassment to them to hear him talking like that. See? I knew it was in them. It's in a whole lot of them. Why you think they supporting somebody like Donald Trump? Because they just like him. Bunch of racist, bigoted dogs. Devils. There you go. You see? So the messenger, he told him what was coming. I will send you Elijah the prophet. What? after the coming of the Lord? Or before? Okay.
This is the little boy that is talking to you. There is nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. There is nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. There is nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that.
It's just like when he told you that, let me see here.
I said, brothers and sisters, some of our people are so dumb that God himself can't help them. That's right. They are so dumb to the knowledge of good that they want to accept God because they don't know God. And they consider God as just something over top. But they will soon know it's coming to pass. And I say to you, oh brothers, fly to Allah for refuge in this day and time. It's awful, the thing I see coming. Think over storms and earthquakes, cold weather, that the scientists keep telling you it's on the way. It's over here in such and such state. It's all? Yes, sir. Cold. It's going to be so terrific here one of these days that you can hardly breathe for death walking down your nostrils, freezing your lungs up, and you breathing tubes to your lungs. This is on its way to America. And that you will find heat from the sun that will be so terrific that you can't breathe in, that you'll be running, seeking hiding places to find a cool breeze. That's on its way. As sure as I stand before you, these things are bound to hit America. Earthquakes are a thing is terrible, because it don't give you no place for refuge. Shaking under your feet and you don't know when it's going to make a crevice that will drop you a mile deep into the earth. It can open his mouth and swallow you upstairs to overflow. And I said to you, my beloved, that the day is closer for these things than you really think. I would not have been risen up in your midst to warn you of these things if they was not coming to pass. Soon. There is no other messenger or prophet coming after me. I'm the last one of those people. No more after me. No warner will ever come after me. The only warning that will come after me is that one that you read there in the Bible, that the book says he went to place one foot on the sea and one on dry land. And he lifted up a trumpet. And his words was, I will, the time that you know it, I will soon know no more. that man will have his foot in those positions because he's going to cut short in gravity. So Allah taught me.
What is gravity? Oh, tell me what gravity is. It's the magnetic pull of the earth to everything materially connected to it, and even things that's out there. You notice I have pulled people. I pulled you out of that world. This world's gravity, the gravity of materialism, the gravity of their teachings, can't hold you no more. We got a shortage in that gravity. That now you listen to them and be asking yourself, how in the world did I ever listen to these people? Huh? Because now you don't think they know nothing. There was a time when you thought whatever they said was gospel. And now you're discovering that they have as much gravity, not even as much gravity as the moon. They just weak. They can't attract you. How many people can you go listen to teach you the word of God after you done heard me? You notice they ain't got no pull for that. They can't pull you over there. Why? Because you know more than they do. The minute they start opening their mouth, explaining scripture, you say, that ain't what that means. Huh? And you don't say it like, I don't believe that's what, I don't believe they know what that, you say that ain't what that means. Why? Like when you teach someone how to check math, they don't say, I don't believe that's right when somebody say 5 times 5 is 30. He said, no, that's wrong. Hey, that's how you do it. Because you know now. And you ain't got a bunch of belief. You got, the only belief you got is that I'm the Son of Man. That's a belief. But the knowledge that I've given you, you know that. That's the truth. You see. The truth that I'm giving you is like the light that the sun gives. If you don't believe that that's the sun out there, well, just stick around. Because that light that's out there got to be coming from somewhere. Now, when that thing that we call the sun ain't out there facing us no more, tell me where the light went. Get in front of someone else and hold them to the same standard that I hold myself to and that you holding me to, and see if they're willing to stand the scrutiny that I'm willing to stand. Do you understand? The truth is such that says, here I am. Examine me and prove me or disprove me. And once you prove me, I demand that you believe in me. Do you understand? See, the truth can always be proven. Falsehood cannot. That's how you know it's false. It has no connection to the universe and the universal order of things. You see? You see, whether you realize it or not, it's like people that say they didn't support Obama. But when you offered them, they offered some of them the Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. They say, I don't want Obamacare, I'll take the Affordable Care Act. They didn't even have sense enough to know that's the same thing. So they supported Obama whether they realized it or not. They supported him in the health care package that he was giving them. And if they say they like that, then how can you not like the one who gave it to you? Do you understand? Then they want to come in here pretending that Joe Biden said that he was endorsed for president by them. Well, whether you realize it or not, if you say you endorsing what the man gave you, that is an endorsement for his presidency. But a fool, he makes a difference in that. But they've been doing that all their life. They hated us, but they stole our ideas. Oh, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about, and then they take your idea and use it. You see? I mean, if you ask one, like, they don't want to get in that discussion with me, because by the time the discussion is over, I be done made them bear witness that they are the inferior ones. If you were superior to me, you wouldn't have needed to come get me to help you build up your civilization. Try to make it look like he stole us and he could have done without us. No, he couldn't have. He already had the Native American here that he could have enslaved. He took their country. How come he couldn't enslave them? Yes, he could have. But they didn't know what we know. He needed us. That's why he wouldn't let us go. And taught you that you are inferior. Made sure that he taught you that. Which tells you that if you were really inferior to him, he wouldn't have had to teach you that. Do you understand? He had to tell you, nigga, you can't do this. You remember Jackie Robinson? Nigga ain't got no business playing basketball. Nigga can't play no basketball. I mean no baseball. Huh? But what was it really? He knew you would be able to outdo him. As with basketball, as with football. He wouldn't let you get an education because he knew you would outdo him in that. Do you understand? You saw Hidden Figures, right? Them black women did circles around them. Them men, white men. Black woman went in there and gave them the formula for how to get in and out of the atmosphere of the earth. They didn't know how to get back here. They knew how to get out there, but they didn't have no formula for getting back. Now, if our women was able to do that for you, just think what the men was able to do. Because men are the maintainers of women. I mean, we ain't never been weak. Show me another people that could do what we do and go through what we went through and still come out believing in God. Job ain't had nothing on us. Job was an example of us. It don't make no difference what happened to me. Allah is still God. Always has been, and always will be. So, it's the angel in Revelation. It says, "And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed inside a book, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head." You don't see rainbows when the sun ain't up. You only see rainbows when the sun is up. I didn't hear you. You look through a prism you've looked through a prism before, haven't you? When you see the white light of the sun, you see different colors in it. You see a rainbow. It says, "And a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire." The gospel of peace was upon his feet. And then it says, remember it says, "Have your feet shod with the gospel of peace?" Yes. And it says, "And he had in his hand a little book, open. He spread it before me. A hand was sent unto me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein." That's over in Ezekiel. Now you reading about it in Revelation, and you think they separate things, but it's not separate. It's talking about the same thing. Remember, the Lion of the tribe of Judah prevailed to open the book, and after he opened it, that's when the Lamb took it. Do you understand? And so it says, "And he had in his hand a little book open, and he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth." Yes. You just saw me get a man a lesson in what you call government, a lesson in finance, and also a lesson in Scripture. One foot on water and one on land, and all of that, what I gave him was upheld with truth. You see? And so it says, "And he cried with a loud voice, the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with what? What is a shout? A loud voice. Huh? And it says, as when a lion roars. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders uttered their voices, I was about to write. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the what? The seal of the prophets. Seal up the book and write it not. Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand in prayer to heaven. Why? Because he had been promised. I've been promised. Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it will be open to you. Behold my servant, whom I uphold. So he lift up his hand to heaven and swear by him that liveth forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that are therein, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer. 6,000 years has expired. You know what happens when you're playing football and basketball. The only one that don't have a gun that go off to sound the end is baseball. Do you understand? Now they done put a time limit on it. How long the pitcher could take to throw the ball. Do you understand? You can't stand up there forever, wind up looking around. You got 30 seconds. they done took the fun out of baseball. Do you understand? But anyway, so it says time is no longer. What time? The only one that was put on time was what the book says. Remember ye the law of Moses. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all of this mischief making and bloodshed and lying. But the Sabbath day shall be a holy day unto the Lord. In it thou shalt do no work. Huh? He working out of time. Time done ran out on him. And so it says, but in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of the grantor of dominion shall be finished. You know no mystery about who God is now. When did it disappear? When I stood up and spoke to you. All right. See? He chose his side. He was damned when he came in here. How you know? Come on, I'm trying to show you how to observe things. Because when he asked the question, and I was sharing the answer with him, he ignored the answer. Which means he has a dam up around his mind, keeping the truth out. He was damned before he came in here. Do you understand now? All right. Just that simple. That's written. It says, and even as they, let's show you here, in 2 Thessalonians, it says, now remember now, the mystery of God is being finished here. It says, for the mystery, this is the 7th verse, for the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Remember the devil said, my punishment is greater than I can bear, and it shall come to pass that whosoever shall find me shall slay me. So the God set a mark on Cain. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work. It says, but the Sabbath day, a mark, a time limit, a characteristic also. He's a deceiver. And he's marked by deception, by the ability to deceive. Do you understand? He's the arch deceiver. And now he come in here, he tried to deceive us today. And what happened? He left mad. Huh? There you go. It says, for the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth. Who is he who now letteth? Who was that talking about? Huh? No, not the devil. Beg your pardon? Where did you first hear the term let? Ain't that in Genesis? Let us make man in our image. Only he who now let it will let until what? Till he be taken out of the way. And so it says, for the mystery of iniquity doth already work. The mystery of iniquity, why? Because the devil said he would do what? As you've judged me already. Now remember now, the prince of this world is already judged. My Lord, as thou hast judged me to be what? I shall certainly make evil fair seeming. So the mystery of evil, the mystery of iniquity, is already working. Now, only he who now letteth, only he who now ruleth, will rule until he be taken out of his seat, taken out of the way. Huh? And then shall that wicked mind be revealed, whom the Lord, that wicked one, the deviser of illusion, shall be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, with the word of his mouth. The words that I have spoken, the same shall judge you in the last day. Okay. It says, with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the understanding that he comes with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power. What did he tell Jesus? He showed him all the kingdoms of the world. Huh? All this power was delivered to me. Huh? And to whomsoever I will, I can give it. And all of it I'll give it to you if you're willing to humble yourself and let me put my words in you so you can worship me. Do you understand? And so it says, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan. What is the working of Satan that time ran out on? 6 what? 6,000 years, huh? 6 days. The Lord can't come before the 6 days is up. The Lord's day is the what? The 7th day, right? So he say, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all the power that was given him, and signs, scriptures that was given him, and lying religions. Huh? And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness. Yeah. This man done told you that murder was God's plan for salvation, and you ate it up. Yes, you did. Your mama ate it. Your sisters and brothers ate it. And they still eating it. Lying. Talking about God's plan for salvation was the murder of Jesus. And they still believe that. At least that's the lie they telling. Is that right? Okay. Then it says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. When the truth came to them, they wasn't interested. Their mind was on something else. They ain't interested in that. I done heard this and heard this. I ain't paying a man on that. Be glad when I get out of here. that's what some of them be thinking. And it just tickled me. because look, man, you can't see your own face, can you? Okay, okay, it says, and for this cause God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie. They didn't want the truth, so they was damned when they came in here. Do you understand? It says that they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved, and for this cause God shall send them strong delusion. Delusion is self-deception. Why you think Solomon told you to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own mind, and in all your ways acknowledge him as your head, and he will direct you in a path that is not delusional. So it says, for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned, that they all might continue to be damned, who believed not the truth, who believed not the word of God that came directly to them from the Spirit of truth. Remember, the devil, he know who I am. He said, Allah promised you the promise of truth, and I promised you and failed to fulfill. You notice when I told, he said, tried to say all politicians this and all that. I said, Joe Biden is not a politician. He's a statesman. But he's in politics. Did he try to argue with that? He just moved to something else, didn't he? He knows Joe Biden is a statesman. Joe Biden has a conscience. Joe Biden truly means it when he says that he will uphold and defend the Constitution. That he also really means it when he says that no one is above the law. You see? And his actions have proven it. But, see, when the wicked can't condemn you, they try to bring you down to their level so that people can't see no difference in you and them. Do you understand? Now, what if I'd have got here and exchanged insults with him? Then who won? He would have won. Yeah, he just got through telling me I can't be no preacher. Talk like I'm talking. But I hadn't cussed at him. I hadn't did other stuff he had started doing. Huh? And so I guess he thought he was dealing with his slave. He's the one that taught you to do evil for evil. But that's not what I do. You know, I give you correction when you do something you ain't got no business. That's blessing you while you cussing me. Do you understand? See, I didn't realize when my daddy put something on my behind for doing something I ain't had no business, he was blessing me. Because he was giving me guidance and correction. You don't say to somebody, God bless you, and they doing wrong. Correct them. Do you understand? Then if they accept the correction, fine. If they don't, that's all you can do. You told them it was wrong. You can't force them to accept what you tell them. But you can sure rid yourself of any blame after you told them. Do you understand? So that's what I do. I rid myself of any blame. I done told you. Sitting up there thinking something about you hurting me because you said Donald Trump gonna be the next president. Well, that's on you. It ain't on me. My future is not dependent on who's president. You don't done forgot you locked me out of your system a long time ago. You ain't never accepted me as no equal citizen in this country. You think I don't know that? If you really thought that I thought that, you were not as smart as I gave you credit for being. How could I think that and you said that the Constitution don't actually apply to me? You said it when you put a 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment in there. If it means for everybody, it don't need no special thing saying that I'm free or whatever. What's that for? My freedom don't depend on what your Constitution said. You already acknowledged that. That God have given it by their Creator. You said it is a self-evident truth that we hold these truths to be self-evident. They didn't say to be constitutional. That all men are created equal. It didn't say by the Constitution. And are endowed. I mean, it comes with them. With certain qualities that are certain inalienable qualities. Things that you can't alienate no man from. Life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. So what do you mean you freed me? You put that on paper because in your heart you thought you owned me. You don't own me. The earth is the Lord's, the fullness thereof, the world, and everybody in it. I don't know where the Lord gave up his property. He let out his property to you, but now taking it back. The messenger gave it back to me. Now you belong to me. That's why I can cast you into hell and you can't do nothing to me. But run away mad. And that won't last long. It's going to give way to hurt and anguish and wailing and gnashing of teeth. When you lay down and can't sleep, and when you got a tightness there in your forehead that won't go away, don't matter what you do, then you will remember how you acted in my presence. Yeah. So, they used to say, I sleep good. No, don't say that to me. You'll be like that song, say, I couldn't sleep at all last night. That's it. That's right. Just a thinking of you. That's right. Thinking of how you clowned with the Lord. The book told you the sun was going to become black. It told you that. That's how your movies do. They start from black and they fade to black. Black man didn't get his beginning from you. You got your beginning from us. It didn't say, and the nigga said, let us make man in our image. It said, and God said it. you know, I want you to remember something. About 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours, no. How long do preachers normally go? About 45 minutes. He'd have been hoarse 4 or 5 hours ago. He'd have been hoarse by now. We've been up talking to you since 11 o'clock. It's almost 4 o'clock now. But I'm going to let you go. I ain't go overtax you. But have you noticed that you ain't never heard me hoarse? You know I do this every day, right? Okay. All right. Where am I getting this voice from? Where am I getting this ability to stand up and talk to you for 2 and 3 hours every day, and then 3 and 4 and 5 hours on the weekend, and I still go out and go to work? If Allah ain't giving it to me, where I'm getting it from? You see, it's just like he called me. He tried to suggest that I hate. I'm a racist or whatever. He said a militant. Is that what he said? Militant. That's I'm a militant. I mean, he done got confused by his own language. You know, he wants to categorize me as anything other than a man. Do you understand? But I wasn't the one that was reduced to boyhood. He was. That's what we used to do as children when we couldn't win an argument. We cuss them out. So it tickled me. But, you know, I want all of you to take a lesson from people like that. That's a weak mind. Whenever a person is filled with lies, that's not a strong person, that's a weak person. And the only way that they can talk to you is they got to overtalk you and don't let you get a word in. Because the minute you start asking them questions, you find out that they lying. Huh? He didn't think I could check him in real time. And Siri checked him for me. Huh? Man, you can't get away with lying now. Every idle word that men shall speak, they gonna give account of it when? Well, if this ain't the day of judgment, why is it that every lie he was telling we made him give account of it? Huh? See? You got some people who still believe in truth. And it's a whole lot of people that still believe in truth. That's why so many people leaving that party called the Republican Party. It's just called that. You heard this young man say that he, as a true Republican, he said, we need to create the, let me let you hear him again. Because the young man, he spoke well. And the main thing is, he spoke the truth. And I love to hear people speak truth. Let's see.
It's great to be back in the people's house. There are so many great memories I have in this building. I served nearly 10 years in a couple of different capacities. And I couldn't help but think when I walked in the door, the time that I spent in the House, walked in 2013, representing an 80-20 district in Forsyth County. That's 80% Republican district in Forsyth County, and learning the process of how to pass a bill, working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take on organized crime, to help rural hospitals. Then I think about the time that I decided to run for lieutenant governor. And many people in the state said I was too conservative to actually be a statewide elected official. But by the grace of God, we won that election, and we worked for 4 tough years. We worked across the aisle, worked with Leader Butler and others to bring meaningful legislation forward. We passed over 50 bipartisan health care bills. We took on COVID reform, and we passed a very important hate crimes piece of legislation. There's also some tough memories in this building I've got. We were second guessed on COVID almost every minute of every day from the White House, specifically Donald Trump. Lies, conspiracy theories around the 2020 election, so much so that I had to have armed guards around my office and my home, around my family, just to fight off the fact that I didn't admit that the election was rigged, because it wasn't. Fake electors sat just a few feet from us, sat in a room and tried to usurp democracy. And then the unfortunate events of January 6th showed up, and sitting in this building watching those events play out were a huge part of why I'm standing here today. All of those tough memories seem to track back to one person, and one person only, and that's Donald Trump. Going against the grain as a Republican and supporting Democrat Joe Biden for president is not easy. But I'm not looking at this election through the lens of being a Republican. I'm looking through the lens of being an American. An American that cares more about the future of my country than the moral bankrupt nominee of my party. There are political ramifications to this decision, but they pale in comparison to 4 more years of Donald Trump, both home and abroad. Let me speak directly to the millions of Republicans across the country who are tired of making excuses for Donald Trump's behavior at their churches, in their offices, and at their own kitchen tables. Enough is enough. The nightmare has to end, and it has to end now. It's time for us to purge Donald Trump from our system. Let's take the next 4 years as Republicans and build and heal a new party, a GOP 2.0, a party that finds leaders that are willing to embrace conservative principles and work across the aisle, leaders that understand the value of civility and compromise, that once again value honesty and integrity, a party that uses policy, empathy, and tone to work across that aisle, to gain majorities, to talk about issues, use it as our North Star. The last 4 years have been difficult for our family, the journey, but a journey that's been worth traveling. There have been so many folks over the last 4 years, nearly 4 years, Republicans specifically, that have come up and offered words of encouragement, that have quietly sent notes, have praised the notion of saying and doing the right thing. It's my time to ask a favor of all those thousands and thousands of Republicans across the country who've given us words of encouragement. I have an ask. My ask is this: it is your time to do the right thing. Don't give Donald Trump 4 more years to continue to destroy this country. It's a great honor of mine to introduce to you former U.S. Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn. Talking about January 6th is such a sobering event on so many fronts. It gave us, as Americans, a peek into the soul of MAGA. It's watching those events play out. It also served as another historical example of where hate-filled movements can take that very movement. It's also a reminder of how delicate democracy is every single day that we wake up. If it were not for a few heroic and brave police officers at the Capitol, our nation's democracy would look different today. So thank you for your service, and welcome to Georgia.
I want you to remember something. See, to paint me as a militant was important for him. That's what he would have liked to. You see, I'm not going to let a fool like him make me think there ain't white people like him.
like that man that you just heard speaking, or like Joe Biden, or whatnot. I condemn people who tried to paint all black people as criminals, or all black people as wanting a white woman, and all this old kind of all black men supposed to want a white woman, or whatever, after they women or something, so that they can make white people hate all black people because they all after us. I condemn that kind of thing. I haven't taught you to hate nobody. I've taught you to hate evil. I hate evil, regardless to who doing it. Murder don't become good just because your friend did it. It's still murder. That's why the Justice Department have a saying, without fear or favor, we going to follow the law. Because without law, we live with the animals. Well, I borrowed that one from John Wick. But it's the truth. Without law, without rules, then these cities are nothing but jungles. Do you understand? Your righteousness is empty, vain, when it's based on what color a person is, on how you treat them. We've seen that. That's what Christianity is. The Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Huh? That's not what Islam is. Islam is submission to the will of God. Whosoever doeth the will of my Father, the will of God, the same as my mother and my brother and my sister. Period. You see, when a person has the desire, you're not going to be judged for being righteous, for your righteousness, because you ain't. You being judged for your desire to be, or your desire not to be. Man desires to go on doing evil in front of him. Like that fellow that was in here a little earlier. That's all. Like the one in New York, that Negro that's there in New York. Don't make no difference what I say to him. And it's the same with him and me. It don't make no difference what he say to me. I ain't finna start supporting Donald Trump. And no matter what I say to him, he gonna still support Donald Trump. And I'm gonna still support Joe Biden. And it don't make no difference what you say to me. Even if you showed me Joe Biden telling something that wasn't true, that ain't gonna change my opinion about him as being qualified to be president. You know why? Because how would I justify not supporting him and going to Donald Trump when Donald Trump ain't never told the truth? He lies about everything. This man he's a convicted felon. And according to you, people that's convicted of felonies can't vote. Well, how can they be president? And you say, I need an exam? You talking about Joe Biden needs an exam? Everybody who's supporting Donald Trump needs a mental exam. I didn't hear you. Yeah. All right. Can we let him go? All right, we're going to let you go. My technicians is looking at me. No, Moses wasn't given the order to kill nobody. the one that was teaching Moses, was given the order. Just like Lot wasn't given no orders to destroy Sodom. The one who was teaching Lot, they had the orders and told Lot, we're going to destroy this place in the morning. God has his own forces to do whatever he wants done. No, that existed before that. If you recall, Moses was here before Prophet Muhammad, and Moses said, thou shalt not kill. You see. So Muhammad did not bring new revelations. Muhammad brought the seal. The Holy Quran actually verifies. It seals the Bible. It attests to the truth that's in the Bible. That's why the stories of Lot, the story of Moses, the story of Jesus, the history of it is all mentioned in the Quran. That's all. Was there anything else? It's just like Moses. If you look at the history of the messengers of God, you know that Abraham didn't even have a scripture that he was going by, which means he existed before Moses. Do you understand? Okay. But because he trusted God, it was counted to him as righteousness. And that's why Allah told Abraham, he said, I'm going to make my covenant between me and you and your seed. Do you understand? So, we don't look at Islam as a religion. Not really. Islam is the very nature of God, and the nature, therefore, the nature of man. The whole duty of man is to fear God and submit to him. Just that simple. I mean, and we all believe that. What parent does not bring children into the world and expect those children? Do you know of any parent that didn't expect their child to do whatever they said do? Then you've always believed in Islam. Everybody believes in Islam, whether they want to admit it or not. Your very existence is because of Islam. The body submits entirely to the mind that is in the brain. You wouldn't have it no other way. Don't nobody want their arm shaking when they ain't telling it to. I didn't hear you. Is that right? I'm not spastic. I don't want to, Look what President Biden has done in the way of giving hope to people who stutter. To show them that even when you are a stutterer, you can take control of that. It's just they paying attention more to it now because they can't find nothing else wrong with him. I didn't hear you. I mean, if that's all his problem is stuttering, the stutter, what is that? Just because you're not able to speak plainly. Well, Moses shouldn't have been God's representative then. Aaron should have been. Well, Moses said, I can't speak clearly. What did God tell him? He asked him a question, didn't he? He said, who made man's mouth? I did. Did not I, the Lord? I know what's important. It ain't how eloquent you can speak. It's what you are speaking. Okay, if you do stutter and can't speak plainly, I know that you're going to speak what needs to be said. And you're going to do what needs to be done regardless to who don't like it. Aaron may not be like that. He used to getting praised by people for speaking. Huh? And when you get used to people praising you, you can be swayed by not saying what people want to hear, because you would rather them be praising you than to be disagreeing with you. Like Farrakhan. That's what got him in trouble. He wanted praise of the people. Malcolm too. That's what tripped Malcolm up. You ain't gonna trip me with it. And you know, if I don't start it, I ain't never got to stop it. No. I'm gonna be me. And if you don't like what I'm teaching, I didn't get it from you. I got it from Allah. Take it up with him. I tell you where I'm getting it from, so when you get mad, Allah told me, he said, you know, if the world hates you, it wasn't, they hated me for they did you. Because if you hadn't never spoke my words to them, they wouldn't have hated you. So who was it really they was hating? There you go. There you go, just that simple. So, you know, I don't care nothing about love that's temporary. I want permanent. You see? I don't do temporary. You know, I'm if I'm with you, I'm with you. People in this world, they with you, they may be with you today and gone tomorrow. I ain't one of them kind of people. You hear me? All right. So, okay. I'm gonna quit. Just be bad. He done stood up now. Hey, that's he bad as my baby Amara. She starts walking up. It's time to go. I said, okay, well, let me get out of here, because here she comes. All right. Let me go on and let y'all go. May Allah bless us, keep us safe, and in our right minds. And I have enjoyed every minute of today with you. And even your boy. It's nice when people finally come out their bag on you and quit faking. So now you done got yourself in trouble. But see, what the thing is that, you know, he purged himself. And now you can see what kind of people is really listening. It was all he could do to contain himself while he was talking to me. Do you understand? And I pushed a little too much on him, and he caved, and the true him came out. So it's all right. You know, that don't mean I'm letting him out of hell now. No. He should have continued to control himself. You see, because I didn't do nothing to him. I just told him the truth that he couldn't stand, and then he going to cuss me out. So, you know, because you can't preach like Paul and the angels, then you want to cuss out the angel. No, that ain't gonna help you. That will hurt you though. You know, so the scripture teach you to sanctify the Lord of hosts himself. It didn't say cuss me out. You always remember who you talking to. When you talking to me, you talking to the Lord. Now don't you fool yourself. I told you, I'm laughing and talking sometime with you, but I am never joking. I'll be humorous sometime. Maybe my humor is kind of, you know, strange to some of you, because I'm not a joker. But even in my humor, there is something to be learned. So just remember that. All right. I don't stop being the Son of Man because you stop believing or because you started. I'm the Son of Man whether you believe it or not. So, may Allah bless us, keep us safe. And see, his lesson, I guess, kept other people in check. Did we have anything else, brother?
No, sir.
Yeah. See, sometimes when somebody go overboard and they see what happened to them, they say, no, I ain't going that far. Well, that's smart, you know. See, you siding with people like the Negroes that support Donald Trump. Now, they see what was in that man's heart, how he really feel about us. Now, that's the way you gonna support him, huh? Okay, you go ahead, nigga. You go ahead. That's what you are. You are his nigga. You see. Now that you done heard the truth of what's really in him. I ain't gonna give y'all S. Huh? He didn't say me. Y'all. Do you understand? Okay, keep on supporting them. When they get through with you, you will wish you had got with me. All right. And don't think I'm coming to your aid either, because I can't. No more than Noah could go to the aid of them people who was about to drown. He couldn't. No, God wasn't going to let him. You see? So, even when I try to come to the aid, God ain't going to let him accept it. You are they that would love them while they love you not. That's in the book. Who said that? Yeah. All right. Any more questions? Then may Allah bless us and keep us safe and in our right minds. Those of us who receive his word with thanksgiving. May Allah's Salam Alaikum.
Conference recording.